Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
This is the Radio Hall of Fame. The Radio Hall of Fame is presented during the full hour ahead by the Philco Corporation, makers today of electronic battle equipment for the fighting forces of the United Nations. Makers tomorrow of equipment for good living in a free world united by victory. Cooperating with Philco are the editors and correspondents of Variety, who report for the Philco program all the news of all show business the world over every week. This week, the editors of Variety recommend for your pleasure, and Philco delights to honor in your name, from radio in Hollywood, Fanny Bryce is Baby Snooks with Hanley Stafford. From Motion Pictures, Laird Cregar. From radio in New York, Gary Moore and Joan Edwards. Conducting the Hall of Fame Orchestra and Chorus, Paul Whiteman. Our Master of Ceremonies, the distinguished critic, composer, and commentator, Deems Taylor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is James Taylor speaking for Philco. Perhaps it might be well to explain once more that the Philco Hall of Fame is unique among radio reviews in this special respect. It offers you a second chance to hear the good things that you may have missed on the air, in the movies, and in the theater. In a sense, this might be called, well, a show of shows, a return engagement for the best in entertainment of all sorts, chosen by the show-wise editors and correspondents of Variety. You or I, being equipped with only one set of ears apiece, can't hear everything all over the dial. Variety owns 1,000 ears, all of them listening for you. A rather touching thought, come to think of it. Easy on any ear always is the music of Paul Whiteman. Paul reaches back in the direction of Vincent Newman for his cameo overture this week for the Hall of Fame album of musical memories, Drums in My Heart. Show business, like life, is always copying itself. And of course, one of the theater's most frequently repeated myths is the saga of overnight rise to stardom. It does happen sometimes, just like in the movies. It happened recently to Gary Moore, now co-star with Jimmy Durante on the Friday Night Camel Show. After 7 years of plugging along on early morning programs, Gary made his first guest appearance on the Camel Caravan about a year ago. Well, within 24 hours, Gary had been signed to that inevitable long-term contract. And he's been on the air ever since, writing his own stuff most of the time, a distinction that he shares with Fred Allen. Variety has suggested that we recreate, as far as possible, his fortunate first appearance. And for that purpose, enter Gary Moore. At least I think I've introduced the right man. You are Gary Moore, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Doesn't it make you sick? Does me sometimes.
Now, you're just being modest, my lad. I've read a lot of nice things about you.
Oh, no. You've probably read about my uncle. He used to make his living by sticking his right arm in a lion's mouth.
Now, there's a job. What do you call a man who makes his living by sticking his right arm in a lion's mouth?
We call him Lefty. He does all right, though. He now has a new hobby. He sticks his left hand into electric light sockets.
But I should think the electricity would go right through him.
Why, certainly. He is now the only man in the world who can take off his shirt, ripple his muscles, and get Algiers. You'd like him, really.
I'm sure I would. But let's talk about you, Mr. Moore. Tell us something about yourself. Where were you born?
Well, Mr. Taylor, strictly speaking, I wasn't really born at all. My family filled in the last line of a limerick, and I was mailed to the house. Oh, it was a great event, I tell you. I arrived on New Year's morning, and for 3 days, my father thought I was a hangover. It's a terrible, terrible shock to the old gentleman.
Yes, I can imagine. But skipping the old gentleman, what about your career? How did you get started?
Well, for the first 3 years of my life, I didn't do much of anything. Just kind of lolled around in a semi-moist condition, beating myself on the head with my rattle and loving every minute of it. And then at the age of 4, I began to worry about the world and its wonders, such things as the moon and the stars, and why does a faucet drip?
Yes, there is a neat problem. Why does a faucet drip?
Because it can't go... It's very elementary.
Well. And all this from such a little fellow.
Oh, but Mr. Taylor, I've always been a little fellow. You can believe this or not, but until I was 13, I was so small, my mother used my head as a darning aid. Yes, she did, and soon tiring of this treatment, I left home and got myself a job as an olive stuffer, in which capacity I would crawl through the olive, dragging the pimento behind me. Well, I was happy for quite some time, but it was grueling work, so I decided to go into show business. And just 1 year ago, I came to New York, where a group of radio executives assembled at the bus station voted me the man most likely to use the return portion of his round-trip ticket. So you see, my life has been a difficult one.
Yes, well, I do hope that we can make you happier here tonight.
Well, bless your floppy little heart, I hope so, too. And I could be very happy here if only you'd let me sing.
Egad, do you sing, too?
Well, not really sing. It's really nothing more than gastritis and tempo. But I'm tone deaf, so I enjoy it. And for my song, girls, I have chosen that lovely ballad of years ago, June and January. You will listen, won't you? Girls. Thank you so much. That's all. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you in my heart. Yes, my darling, June and January. That was the way it was in our hearts, always warm and sunny. I shall never forget when we met, my sweet. I was sitting in a nightclub. My fingers were cold, and I dropped my hypodermic. I looked under the table to pick it up, and there you were, my sweet. Ah, yes, there you were with those eyes, those lips, that tooth. No one knew how long you'd been there. The only means of identification was a campaign button reading Tippecanoe and Tyler, too. Ah, but I took you by the hand, my angel, and I shall never forget how it felt to hold your hand like milking a seal. But I took you by the hand and I looked into your eyes, especially the blue one. The brown one, as I recall, was closed for the duration. But I looked into your blue eye with my voice just soaking with love, emotion, and 7-Up. I said, Annabella, will you marry me? You said no. So I left you have one right in the chops. How we could have been so happy, my sweet. You crouched there under the table as the band played Margie, and I kicked you on the offbeat 8 to the bar. We could have been so happy, my love. But then, it happened. It was just an average summer's day. We were walking down Fifth Avenue, casually window shopping. Oh, we noticed the building under construction, yes, but there were no danger signs, nothing to warn the passerby. From high atop the skeleton frame, a giant crane was lifting a piece of girder steel. So safe it seemed, so strong and safe. Suddenly I heard the awful sound of snapping cables. Look out, Annabella, it's falling! It's falling! Annabella, the girder is falling! It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in
For many years, you have known the Philco name as the leader in the field of radio and radio phonographs. In fact, that leadership for 12 straight years has made Philco, by a wide margin, the world's largest radio manufacturer. But in recent years, the Philco name has become widely known as well in the field of refrigeration. Today, thousands of homes are enjoying the convenience and comfort of the new ideas and exclusive features which Philco Engineering has brought them in a Philco refrigerator. The huge separate frozen food compartment, the freshener shelf, the conservador. These are important advantages in today's wartime living, which only Philco refrigerator owners may enjoy. The Philco radio, phonograph, or refrigerator you may have bought this year is now fighting on many fronts, in a plane, a tank, or a ship. It is a product of combined research and manufacturing experience of Philco radio and refrigeration engineers. And this diversified scientific knowledge is adding up to a new kind of Philco leadership after the war. Out of its many contributions to victory, the legacy of Philco war research will be new comfort, new convenience, and new entertainment for the homes of America. In radio, television, refrigeration, and air conditioning.
Number one hit parade girl and the number one hit parade song. That, in Variety's august opinion, is a combination worthy of immediate inclusion in the Philco Hall of Fame, the pinup girl department. The girl, Joan Edwards. The song, My Heart Tells Me.
My heart tells me this is just a fling, yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will lie again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm full enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you? If I'm full enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you?
Variety recommends, and Philco is pleased to honor, Mr. Laird Tregar. You'll notice, perhaps, that I said Mr. Laird Tregar. Laird deserves that formal handle, generally reserved in Hollywood for Mr. Paul Mooney, by virtue of the distinguished nature of his performance record. Like Mooney, he's an actor's actor, a technician in the art of the theater. And like Gary Moore, he rose to spectacular celebrity overnight. A brief summary of his career might read, born in Philadelphia, educated in England, starved in Hollywood. The starvation period ended when he played Oscar Wilde in a West Coast production of the play by that name, thus sending the local producers into a dither of dollar waving. You've seen his 6'3" frame in Heaven Can Wait, Blood and Sand, and Holy Matrimony. You will see him soon in 20th Century's thriller The Lodger, and you'll hear him now in an original radio drama by Milton Geiger. This is Laird Tregar in Moonlight.
In the moonlight, in the night, in the molten tropic ocean stands the jungle island. Softly the moonlight dwells upon the sand, flickers among the palms, the giant ferns. Then down through the tropic trees the moonlight filters, glancing upon the moss-grown trunks of apatong and tindalo trees. Down through the ancient branches clothed in moss and vines, where the flitting fruit bats fly and fly. Down to the jungle floor filters the moonlight. The mottled moonlight harlequins the earth, and a pale white face that stares upward, speechless, through the trees. A man, a wounded soldier. The man is motionless. Over him flutter two white moths, phantasmal in the moonlight. No, not monstrous moths, but hands. A woman's hands, there in the reeking wilderness, sure and swift, and charged with mercy.
I found him here. I knew his wound was serious. I'm glad you came, Major.
Yes, we may pull through. I wish we had a better light than moonlight, though.
We show light, well, there's no knowing who still might be watching from the jungle, Major.
We'll chance it in the dark, that's all. More pressure on this vessel, please. That's good.
Don't try to speak so. We're here. You'll be all right.
There was a battle.
Yes.
Yes, there was a battle. A volcano flamed upon the sea and beat upon the island, swept the beach with flame, and sent 1,000 crouching deaths stalking through the green jungle with blade and bayonet and gun. The sea rocked and thundered with the headlong fury of the battle fleets. The churning phosphorescent wakes of cruiser and destroyer flushed a sudden pink, fading as quickly as the spending blood of men could be dispersed by the vastness of the ocean. Overhead, the bombers and torpedo planes hunted in the sky, teaching the willing vultures how to fly and where.
Soften in a match, please.
Shall I use his own supply?
No, better not. We'll have to move him to get at us, and I'd rather not. Use what we have.
Right.
Okay.
Easy, soldier. Don't try to talk.
I think you'll do all right, boy. Just take it easy.
The enemy came. We met them on the beach.
We know, son. It was a tough show.
Easy, soldier.
We met them on the beach. In the water.
They came, the crouching, capable little men, and he met them on the beach, fought them in the surf, hand to hand, knife to naked throat, cheek by jowl, claw and fang. And the sharks were smiling witness to the combat. Then back into the jungle they pressed the soldier. Like his comrades, the odds 10 to 1. And here in the glade, ambushed by a score of guns, he fell. The soldier fell. They would not let him fall alone, but the guns and the streaming, chattering lead must follow him down, must walk with him like the perfect host to the very door of death to bid him speed. Oh, hospitable foe. Then the fleets left. One fleet left its living, and both fleets had their dead. And where war had swollen its veins in passion, now came mercy. Now came service. Now came the good and not the evil of science.
It's all right, soldier. We're here.
Now came the gentle hands charged with mercy. Knowledge and humanity knelt in the moss beside the wounded soldier. And he was the master, and they the servants. And there was no humility too much for them. No danger from man or poisoned wilderness too great. Consider then these three. Consider the two who kneel upon the stricken earth, the night alive and perilous about them. They serve, and serving, kneel. They kneel. They stoop willingly to the unconquered. Duty or privilege? Will there still be any to cry out in this sheltered, easy-living land, not that they must sacrifice their bread, but that they must do without the frosting on their cake? Forbid it. Seeing these three, these intimates of suffering and blood and pain, will some voices still echo in the safe and sanitary halls of home and behind the bright shield of democracy, speak to divide the people, while these three, the hurt, the weary, and in danger are one? Forbid it, I say. Will one voice rise to complain that the front takes off our doctors and our nurses? Or while one single soldier bleeds, and while men and women fight to stanch that fatal flow, can any yawn and say, I think I have anemia, or I have no time, or will it hurt to give a pint of blood to save a soldier's life? Scorn. Scorn and ashes upon him if there be such voice.
Things look much better, Doctor, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Yes, we'll be all right. Thank God.
Thank God for this one.
Very nice.
He's a major.
Thank you, Major, sir.
That's nothing, boy. Glad we can help.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any pain?
Pretty good.
forth moving, but he ought to have some sleep, too. Prepare a hypodermic, Lieutenant.
The soldier's eyes are bright with fever in the moonlight. Yet he smiles. His breath comes deep and even, and he smiles. The wind speaks softly in the trees. The moonlight ripples on the sea, harlequins the jungle floor.
Hypodermic ready, sir.
Thank you.
The soldier sleeps. He smiles in his sleep. Does he dream of home and sunlight in a child's yellow hair? Of lips and limpid eyes and a woman's warm laughter? Does he scent the spicy fragrance of the grocery store, where it once pleased him to serve his fellows in another way? Never mind. His dreams are his. He rests. His wounds are tended, and the soldier sleeps.
We can't move him tonight. I ought to be getting on. He knows there's plenty of work to be done.
You're tired.
They're hurt. Someone ought to stay with this boy here.
I'll stay.
You haven't slept in 40 hours yourself.
I'll stay.
Thanks. Good night. If there's any trouble, use your head.
She kneels upon the jungle ooze. Her cloak is his. Her eyes are his, her watchfulness, her courage, and her strength. All his. Helpless, he is the master. Speechless, he commands. And she does his bidding. She waits. She keeps her vigil over this son, this brother, husband, sweetheart, father. Moonlight. In the moonlight, in the night, in the molten tropic ocean stands the jungle island. Softly the moonlight dwells upon the glade. Softly shimmers where a soldier sleeps and a woman watches. He will not be forsaken. He will not be forgotten or betrayed while a nation has its honor and its power. The wounded soldier sleeps. Let him sleep. Yes, let him sleep. Moderate for his sake the high-pitched hum of your buying and your selling. Turn off the jukebox if you can bear a brief silence. Quiet the shrill laughter of your girl children haunting the streets at night. Put up a sign, a neon sign in 3 colors if you wish, reading, "Quiet. Here rests, in the valley of the shadow of death, a boy from home. Quiet." Muffle for a moment the snarling, rat-like sound of your search for profit and advantage. Bid your brigade of quibbling lawyers to be still. As you love your own life, you at home, let him sleep. Let the boy sleep in the moonlight, far from home. In the moonlight, in the moonlight, let him sleep.
Like a lazy, beneficent, and unusually gifted octopus, The network detaches its limbs from its main body, permitting each tentacle proudly to name itself. Once this curious feat has been accomplished, we have a rendezvous with Paul Whiteman, Joan Edwards, Gary Moore, and Fanny Bryce. Now, if you, Mr. Riggs, would please nudge the well-disposed octopus.
I keep telling you, Mr. Taylor, this is the Blue Network.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Philco Radio Hall of Fame, Act 2. You know, I think some comment should be made at this point upon Paul Whiteman's pants. Ever since the Hall of Fame began, our studio audience has marveled weekly at Paul's sartorial elegance. This being roughly 6:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Paul and his musicians are suitably arrayed in formal afternoon dress. Well, that means striped pants, of course. But Paul's personal pants are sheer crystallized worsted beauty. From their voluminous folds, a tent could be run up, a wedding canopy arranged, a banquet hall suitably draped in tapestry. It has been said with some truth that Paul can take 3 steps in those pants without appearing to be in motion.
One moment, please. Who slanders my fancy pants slanders my name, and I thank you, Deems, to confine your remarks to the business at hand.
And the business at hand happens to be?
A tune from a Connecticut Yankee by Richard Rogers. We've been too long getting around to Dick on the Hall of Fame. I propose to remedy that oversight on our part at once.
The pants, followed by Paul, move majestically back to the podium. And we hear My Heart Stood Still from the current revival hit, The Connecticut Yankees.
Single word was spoken, I could tell.
Those listeners with long memories and minds like so many steel traps will recall that at the opening of this program, I pointed out that the Radio Hall of Fame aims to bring you big moments from radio's past, to give you a second chance to hear memorable things and stuff. We apply this general principle now to the case of Gary Moore. On his Camel Show, Gary has maintained a regular feature entitled Well-Known Stories of Little-Known People. In a meeting of minds between Gary and Variety, one of the best of these quaint tales has been selected. And we hear tonight...
Tonight, Deems, we hear the story of one of the most fascinating men I have ever known. A man named Binswanger Drinch. I thought you ought to know about Binswanger Drinch. Well, Binswanger had a very sad lot. It was all covered with weeds. He was born in the little town of Pennsylvania, a one-horse town. But 2 years later, his family moved to New Jersey, a two-horse town. But whether he was born in or is unimportant. He could even have lived in Pittsburgh, North Dakota. His story would have been the same. Wishing to see the outside world, Binswanger ran away from home at the age of 4. At the age of 5, he came back home. His parents took one look at him, then they ran away from home. But aside from this brief fling, our hero led a very sheltered existence. Until he was 21, life was a complete mystery to him. But on his 21st birthday, his father said to him, Binswanger, my son. Yes, Papa? Today you are a man. Today I am going to let you... Papa, you mean... Yes, son. You may look at the ladies' side of the laundry list. And that was the turning point in the life of Binswanger Drinch. The foolish boy took advantage of his father's leniency and soon began chewing gum, wearing loud sleeve garters, and drinking root beer with Pepsi-Cola chasers. Eventually, he started gambling with his playmates and was even caught playing tiddlywinks with loaded tiddlies. Finally, one day, his father said to him, I warn you, Binswanger, you can't burn the candle at both ends. His father should never have made that remark. For then and there, Binswanger determined to find a candle he could burn at both ends. In 2 years, he searched every town in the United States and parts of Brooklyn. But all in vain. Then London saw him, Paris saw him, Moscow saw him, China saw him, Ethiopia, Venezuela, Central Europe, Spain and Turkey, West East Indies, Denmark, Portugal, Belgium, Iceland, Sweden, Canada, Norway, Egypt, and the Gentleman's Lounge in Radio City. And at the end of his travels, Binswanger had 14 trunks full of candles that burned only at one end. Sadly, Binswanger opened the trunks to dispose of these candles. He opened the trunk marked North Africa, and a wonderful thing had happened. Horrible African heat had melted the ends of 2 candles together, making one long candle with a long wick extending from each end. Hardly breathing, Binswanger lit one wick. And with hands a-tremble, he touched the match to the other. Would it catch fire? Would it catch fire? Would it catch fire? It did! Binswanger Drinch was burning his candle at both ends! Smiling and triumphant, Binswanger put the candle in his back pocket and started for home. But poor Binswanger, before he put the candle in his back pocket, he forgot to blow out the flames. And soon he felt something burning. And if you want to know what it was, well, it was the end of Binswanger Drinch.
We enter, walking like beauty in the night, Miss Joan Edwards. Joan is that rare creature, a native-born New Yorker. She entered show business under the protecting wing of her famous uncle, Gus Edwards, as a piano accompanist for the dancer Armida. Some years back, our Mr. Whiteman, he of the fancy pants, conducted a search for a good singer who could also cope with the keyboard in acceptable fashion. Joan Edwards was the answer to Paul's prayer. With his assistance, she recreates a familiar situation. At the piano, Joan Edwards. Waving a willowy baton, Paul Whiteman. The result, Bésame Mucho.
mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering with you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true.
It's one thing to conceive and design a piece of war equipment. It's quite another to build it so that it works under all possible conditions of modern warfare. As an example, the radio division of Philco wanted to make sure that the radio and electronic equipment they're building for the planes of our Army and Navy would give unfailing performance under all conditions of air combat, on the ground, and in the stratosphere. So they called upon the refrigeration division of Philco to bring the stratosphere to their laboratories. Their engineers designed a huge insulated chamber with ingenious mechanism that duplicates all conditions of pressure and temperature from the ground up to 13 miles in the air. In this chamber, Philco aircraft radio equipment is given a relentless workout. It is put through its paces in severe cold and rarefied atmosphere. In seconds, it shoots up from the ground to 30,000 feet in the air. Only when it can pass these tests does a piece of Philco equipment qualify for use in the planes of our Army and Navy. This is an example of how the diversified research experience of the Philco laboratories has functioned to help give our fighting men that superiority of striking power which is carrying them to victory. It is an example, too, of the standards of precision and quality which will build the peacetime miracles of radio, television, refrigeration, and air conditioning, which will appear under the famous Philco name.
3,000 miles to my right, in the wings of the Coast to Coast Hall of Fame, stand Fanny Bryce, dressed as Baby Snooks, and Hanley Stafford, looking grim as usual. Variety recommends and Philco honors Fanny Bryce for a lifetime of laughter in the theater and on the air. Long before Baby Snooks was born, Miss Bryce had achieved the sort of theatrical immortality that commends itself to the Hall of Fame. The lasting place earned by Snooks in the hearts of her countrymen is, therefore, only one reason among many for the presence of Fanny Bryce on the hall today. Like all our American laughter makers, Fanny Bryce has given freely and generously of her time and thought toward helping every phase of the war effort. For her performance today, for instance, we've chosen a sketch written in cooperation with the Office of War Information. As our curtain rises in Hollywood, we find Daddy deeply involved in a momentous laboratory experiment in the basement of his home.
Ha-ha! Nobody'll believe it. Scientists working madly to produce oil and grease from everything from peanuts to popcorn, and here's millions and millions of gallons of it going down the drain every day. I'll bet I'll look great in my congressional medal.
What are you doing, Daddy?
Snooks, I've told you time and again not to disturb me while I'm working in my laboratory.
I ain't disturbing you.
You most certainly are. Now go upstairs and let me work.
I'll be quiet, Daddy.
That doesn't matter. Your very presence disturbs me.
All right, I won't bring you no presents.
Now, Snooks, you're just trying to aggravate me. You know very well when I start an experiment in here, I must have privacy.
Why?
Why? Do you think that Seth Thomas could have invented an alarm clock if he had 9 kids bouncing in and out?
If he had 9 kids, he wouldn't need an alarm clock.
You can say that again.
All right. If he had 9
Never mind, never mind. Just let me work in peace.
What are you working on, Daddy?
Snooks, this is the most important experiment of my entire career. Can you imagine this war being won by a frying pan? A frying pan. A single housewife equipped with a frying pan will indirectly wipe out the enemy.
Is Mommy going to cook for the Japs?
No. Mummy's not going to cook for the Japs. Not that they don't deserve it. I'm just using the frying pan symbolically.
Oh, symbolic.
Yes. Look, when Mummy puts an egg in the frying pan, what does she use to fry it with?
Gas.
No. I mean what's in the pan.
An egg.
Besides the egg. In all kinds of cooking and frying, a certain amount of fat or grease is used.
Why?
Well, it seals in the flavor of the food and stops it from sticking to the receptacle. Now, when we fry an egg in a pan, some of the grease is left over. What do we do with it?
We rub it on the chicken so she can lay another egg.
Nothing of the kind. We pour it into a clean can and take it to the butcher shop. What for?
So the butcher can fry eggs.
No. He collects the used fats and grease and turns it over to the government. The government wants 200 million pounds of waste fats this year.
And Sophie's got a fat waist.
Not fat waste. Waste fats. If we could render Aunt Sophie, we wouldn't need this campaign at all.
What campaign?
To recover the waste fats from the kitchens. They need it.
Who needs it?
The government. And not enough housewives are turning it in. Over 60% of them are either neglectful or else they don't know about the campaign.
What campaign?
The Fats and Grease campaign. I just told you Washington has asked for 200 million pounds of fats this year.
George Washington?
No, Washington, D.C. That's the seat of our armies.
The army needs fat on their seat?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, so they can blow up the panzers. Oh, what are you yelling about?
You scared me.
Well, I didn't mean to. I just want you to know how important it is for everybody to take their waste fats and grease to the butcher. Just like they take money to the bank or buy bonds with it.
You can buy bonds with grease?
Well, not actually. Although you do get paid for whatever you turn in. But it serves almost the same purpose. Money is ammunition, and so is waste fats.
How do they shoot it?
Oh, they don't shoot it. They remove the glycerin from it. You can't make explosives without glycerin. And since the oils from which we formerly obtained our glycerin can no longer be imported, practically all of the glycerin needed for gunpowder and other vital war materials must be delivered through this campaign.
What campaign?
The campaign to salvage waste fats. Listen, what does Mummy do with the grease from her pan?
She wipes it off with a Kleenex and goes to bed.
I'm not talking about her face.
Why?
For the same reason you don't talk about your football.
I ain't got a football.
I know it. Furthermore, Mommy would be a lot better off if she didn't spend so much time and money on beauty preparations. Somebody should tell her she can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
Has Mommy got a sow's ear?
The question has merit. But I won't answer it now. I've got to get back to work.
What are you working on?
A solution to the entire campaign.
What campaign?
What have I been telling you for the last 5 minutes?
The government needs fried eggs.
They don't need fried eggs. They need waste fats. And I've discovered a way to eliminate cooking fats and oils completely. Then the government can have it all.
How do you do it?
Look at this pantsuit. What's in it?
Mud.
No, it's oil. Cooking oil.
Where'd you get it?
I made it.
You made it?
Yes. Years ago, people used to cook with bacon grease or pork fat. Then somebody discovered how to get oil from vegetables, even peanuts.
Uh-huh.
Well, this oil you see here is neither animal nor vegetable.
Is it mineral oil?
In a sense, yes. I drained it out of my crankcase.
Huh?
Motorists change their oil every 1,000 miles, and the stuff is considered worthless because it's full of dirt and carbon. Well, it may not be any good to lubricate a motor, but does that mean it's no good for cooking?
You mean that stuff that came out of your car?
Oh, I've refined it already.
Oh, you have?
Yes. In that pan is a pint of perfectly good cooking oil. I made it from 4 quarts of crankcase oil.
How did you do it?
Well, I distilled it several times, washed out the sediment, added a little melted butter and a pound of bacon just for taste. And there it is.
Where's the bacon?
Oh, I had to throw it away. Got kind of dried out.
Yeah.
Do you want to see me fry an egg with this oil?
Maybe the egg will get dried out.
Don't be silly. It'll do a beautiful job. Now, watch this. I'll put a small amount in the skillet and place it over the Bunsen burner. So.
It's starting to smoke, Daddy.
Oh, that can't be helped.
Huh?
I couldn't get all the gasoline out of it. Hand me an egg.
Here.
Thanks. Now, I'll just crack it, drop it in the hot oil. Hand me another egg, Snooks.
Take out the ashes first, Daddy.
Stuff heats very fast.
Yeah.
Better cut the slide down. There. Now, let's see. Drop it in gently. Aha! That one didn't burn, did it?
Why is it turning green?
Well, the color doesn't matter. It's how it tastes that counts.
Oh.
Here, let me get it out. It's done just right. All right?
All right, what?
Taste it.
Now, you taste it.
Go on, taste it. I've just had my dinner.
Well, have it for your supper.
Oh, taste the egg. I wouldn't want to poison you, would I? Would I?
Wouldn't you?
Okay, then I'll taste it.
Oh, bring the basket quick.
Get rid of it, Daddy. Here. You feel all right?
Oh, that's awful. Oh, this stuff won't work unless you change your oil every 500 miles.
I don't think it'll work at all, Daddy.
Oh, well, maybe you're right. Well, I was only trying to save fats and grease for the government.
I know how you can make eggs without using any grease, Daddy.
You do? How?
You just boil them.
I'll submit the plan to Washington right away. Let's go, Snooks.
Yes.
Next week on the Radio Hall of Fame, Tallulah Bankhead, Gertrude Neeson, Alan Young, and the cast of Can You Top This? We'll expect you at the gates of the hall this time next week, this station. Signed, James Taylor.
The production and writing staff of the Radio Hall of Fame includes Dee Engelbach, George Faulkner, and Abel Green, editor of Variety. Fanny Price is presented by courtesy of her sponsor, Maxwell House. Gary Moore, by courtesy of Camel Cigarettes. Joan Edwards appears regularly on Your Hit Parade. Laird Cregar was presented by arrangement with 20th Century Fox Pictures. This is Glenn Riggs saying goodnight for Philco dealers and distributors throughout the United States and Canada. And from the Philco Corporation, makers today of radio, communications, and electronic materials to help win the war. Makers tomorrow of materials for good living in a world at peace. This is the Blue Network.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive. Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive? It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent when you flash a smile by Pepsodent. You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever. Tastes brighter, too. New formula Pepsodent contains IMP. There's nothing else as good at getting teeth white.
You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health present It's Time to Smile
with Eddie Cantor. Time to smile, where's that grin? Put a dimple in your chin. Better times are coming, things are humming. Time to smile. What the world is after now is a lot of laughter now. There's no room for gloom is out of style. And it's time to smile.
And here he is, Eddie Cantor.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you, too, Harry Von Zell, for being so kind to come here, even though we're not on the air tonight. And Harry has got to go now and make the comments for some newsreels, so I think we ought to let him go and give him a hand for his effort. Good night, Harry. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is not being broadcast tonight. Certain gentlemen from Washington decided they would take over all of the networks tonight, and so that puts me out of a job. But next week I'm going to the White House, and so I will take his place for... Oh, you don't think I could do it, huh? Say, you bring up 5 girls, you can do anything, I'll tell you. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, I shouldn't feel as happy, I shouldn't feel as jolly tonight as I'm feeling because of an incident would happen coming out of the elevator here not 15, 20 minutes ago. I was coming out of a little boy with his mother. They were going down. Oh, we just bumped into it. And the kid said to me, he said, Mr. Kent, would you mind giving me your autograph here? I said, sure, with a pencil and autograph. He turned to his mother and said, Mama, you owe me a quarter. I told you can write. Well, that's no good, you know? And, of course, I had things like that happen to me all the time. For instance, this afternoon, we had a little rehearsal here with the orchestra for some songs we're going to do tonight. I went over to do a little shopping at one of the department stores. I'm not permitted to mention the name of the store, of course. We get nothing from them. And besides, why should I get all the other stores sore at Saks, you know? So I was in some toys for some grandchildren, which I have in California now. And standing in the toy department, the girl was wrapping up my packages, and there was a woman with a little kid in her arms. Oh, a kid couldn't have been over 2 years old when she carried him around. And he kept staring at me. If you see anything funnier in the paper than we got, let me know, will you? Hey, Republican, get out. I know he's Republican because he's in the back of a big corporation. Go ahead, will you? No, but he's all right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Jack. Jack, I want you to take a bow, Jack. This is probably the most versatile actor in all of radio. He plays all the parts. Anything you want, from a wardrobe trunk to a little girl. Jack Smart. Come on, Jack. Take a bow.
Very good, Eddie.
You have a little cold? He's got a little cold, too, so you're saving yourself some time. You can go home and go to bed.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Jack. That's how we get rid of all the actors. You know what I mean? Somebody says good night to me, I'll leave myself. Well, anyway, I was in this toy department, ladies and gentlemen, and this little kid in his mother's arms kept staring at me like this, you know? And, of course, I stared right back at him, like that. After all, I've got something to stare with, you know? Finally, curiosity got the best of me, poked his finger in my eye. I let out a yell. You could have heard me in Cleveland. Kid turned to his mother, said, Mama, buy me that Popeye. It squeaks. And going out of Saks Fifth Avenue, you know, they have those revolving doors. And there was a lady there, quite well dressed. I guess she didn't want to wait for packages. She had all the bundles in her arm. She said, Sonny, would you mind pushing the door? Me, Sonny. I don't know what this, maybe it's this new two-way stretch I'm wearing or something. Gives me this, I looked at her, I said, Sonny. I said, Madam, I'd like to have you know I'm the father of 5 daughters. She said, will you repeat that? I said, not if I can help it. It's always good. You can tell it 1,000 times. Anyway, now we actually, ladies and gentlemen, you can laugh, remember, this is for nothing, for heaven's sakes. Now we're actually going to start our show. I think we should start our show with a lovely lady. One of the finest singers of songs we have in all of radio today. I think she's destined to become the greatest singer in radio. Fine future. Miss Dinah Shore. Come out, Dinah. Dinah, do you like this little dress, ladies and gentlemen? I want to tell you, when Dinah came to us 4 weeks ago, I don't think you'll feel badly about my saying so, Dinah.
Oh, I'm very proud of it, Mr.
Of course, I hope you would be. She had a brown dress. It wasn't frayed. There was not very much to it. And I looked at it and I said, Dinah, you know, you meet a lot of people. While radio, I mean, you haven't got sight, but there's 1,300 to 1,400 people at these broadcasts, and you ought to have a nicer dress. She said, well, Miss Ken, I can't afford it. And so I told her how she could get a new dress. I said, if you'll go home, just bring me your measurements. And she did. She brought me her measurement. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you my word. You wouldn't believe this. I sewed every stitch of this dress myself. Of course, there are certain parts of it. Look, I'll tell you what we do. Look, she has a number which she introduced on our first broadcast 4 weeks ago called Yes, My Darling Daughter. Do you remember that? Would you like to hear it? And before we start, I think you should meet the conductor of our orchestra, young Bobby Sherwood of Kokomo, Indiana. This is a kind of a romance between these two. She can never get a quarter away from them. All right, now. Yes, my darling.
I've gotta be good, or Mama will scold me. Yes, yes, yes. I asked her, and this is what she told me. Yes, yes, yes. Mother, may I go out dancing? Yes, my darling daughter. Mother, may I try romancing? Yes, my darling daughter. What if there's a moon, Mama darling, and it's shining on the water? Mother, must I keep on dancing? Yes, my darling daughter. If he'll propose, Mama darling, when the night is growing shorter, Mother, what should be my answer? Yes, my darling daughter. Oh, Mama, oh, Mama, oh, Mama. What if he should insist on one embrace? Mama, how can I keep him in his place if his manner becomes a shade improper?
Tell him that your heart belongs to Papa.
Mother, will it be exciting? Yes, my darling daughter, this is you. Mother, do I look inviting?
Yes, my darling daughter. That's my...
If he holds me tight, Mama, darling, and my knees just turn to water, Mother, must I keep on dancing?
Yes, my darling daughter.
What if he'll persist, Mama, darling, doing things he hadn't taught her? Mother, what should be my answer? Yes
and no,
my daughter.
Dinah's going to stay. She's going to sing again. Dinah was very cute, and it's good. I mean, your memory. I didn't think you'd remember it without the paper. You know, these broadcasts, ladies and gentlemen, we have a whole script and we read. Of course, tonight everybody's throwing their script away, and from what I know about the script, it's a good thing. You know, at the rehearsal here today, Dinah said, "Mr. Cantor, what are you doing?" She calls me Mr. Cantor. I mean, after a while, of course, we get a little more. That's how it started with Ida, you know. She said, Mr. Cannon, what are you doing this afternoon after rehearsal? I said, nothing at all. She said, would you like to go over to Paramount? And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we did go over there. One of the finest pictures I've ever seen. Arise, My Love. Have you seen it? Oh, I want to tell you. That's all who saw it? How can they do such a big business in variety? Well, anyway, you must see the picture. We went over there, and that Claudette Colbert. There are three women that I'm crazy about on the screen. With two, you'll agree. With the third one, you probably won't agree. But, I mean, I like her, you know? I love Betty Davis, and I love Claudette Colbert, and I've got kind of a secret yen for the Dorothy Lamour. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Without a sarong, my love would never... And I'll tell you one thing about her. I have seen her in every picture she made, and in two pictures I went to see about 11 times. 11? You know Hurricane? 7 times for Hurricane and 4 times for the other picture with that surround. They had such windstorms, I figure once maybe, but nothing. It goes right, nothing. Goes right on, just as calm, just as serene. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have Bobby Sherwood and the orchestra do an arrangement that Bobby Sherwood made himself. Besides being our very youthful conductor, he's one of the finest arrangers we have in the whole radio world, and it's only a minute. It's really a minute. You can count on the clock. Minute and 35 seconds of Blueberry Hill. Blueberry Hill.
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill.
Very nice. It's a good hot arrangement, Bobby. You know, last week that Bobby had to leave early on Wednesday. for that conscription business, you know. And I went with, he said, come along with me. I said, no, they're liable to take me. I'm a kid, you know. And I saw what he told them. Oh, gosh, I don't know how he tried to get out. Ask him if he had any dependents. He says, yes, 2 bookmakers, 6 pinball machines, and a Buick. How do you like that? That's his dependents. But I want to tell you one thing about this Bobby Sherwood. You know, in all the years we've been around bands and everything, I've had Rubinoff, you know, for how many years I had Rubinoff. And by the way, he's out now learning to play the violin. He's coming back, you know. This Bobby, never have I met a man in my life who is as tight as this Sherwood. Oh, how he hates to spend that. A young boy, I said, be liberal, give it out, it'll come back to you. For instance, we had a rehearsal on Monday for our script, you know, and it got to be about 1 o'clock. I said, Bobby, have a little lunch? He said, don't mind if I do. That's what he said, don't mind if I do. You know, so I had lunch, because I took the check, you know, Monday. And Monday night we had dinner together. I grabbed the check again. Last night, again dinner, never removed, take the check. Today after rehearsal, went downstairs here at the drugstore. Well, how much can you spend the drug? You know what I mean. Cup of coffee, a sandwich. Shake it lay between us. We wait. I don't touch it. He doesn't touch it. A deadlock, you know. Finally, I started to grab a check. I said, please, Bob. He said, no. He says, no. He says, 4 days in session. He says, today let's toss for it. How do you like a man like that? Would you believe that? I think I'd like to sing a song. Shall I sing a song? Here is a song that I did on the air last week as a revival. We had a little situation in our show, but I first introduced it about a year ago on the radio. It's called Ladies in Love with You. Let's have it. All right, we go. If there's a gleam in her eye each time she straightens your tie, you'll know the lady's in love with you. And if she'll dress for a date without that waiting you hate, well, then the lady's in love with you. And when your friends ask you over to join their table, but she picks a faraway booth for 2, well, sir, here's just how it stands. You've got romance on your hands because the lady's in love. The lady's in love because potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper. Now the time to fall in love. Why, the butcher, the baker, the old candlestick maker gave their price a downward shove. And Sunday night when you take her to see that movie and she says the balcony seats will do, well, sir, here's just how it stands. You've got romance on your hand because the lady's in love with you. Thank you. You know, ladies and gentlemen, of course, if we were broadcasting now, it would be 9:15 here, but 6:15 on the coast. And, of course, next week when we broadcast, we have 2 broadcasts. It gets to be, at this hour, it'll be 9:15. But you can figure out the time for yourself. If you happen to be out of town,
you can buy a watch and tell you the time, huh?
Mr. Guffey, of all the people. How do you come?
Fine thing. They got to go out and buy a watch and tell you. Tucci, you wouldn't buy a watch for yourself,
Nobody,
huh?
no money.
Why don't you carry a watch? Big man.
Yeah, what's your...
Don't carry a watch, huh?
No, listen.
Might make a little bulge in your suit.
Wait a minute. There comes a time when a man feels he just doesn't want to carry a watch with him, that's all.
Why don't you say it? I'm a pickpocket.
No, I didn't say you. Did I say you're a pickpocket?
Tell him I'm a crook. I'd steal a watch. Go on, call me a crook.
No, I won't, no. You're not a crook, you're not a thief, you never stole anything in your whole life.
Oh, I spent 5 years in Sing Sing for nothing, huh?
Did I know you were in Sing Sing?
You knew I was innocent. Now you're letting on that I actually shot the cashier and that... Oh, I shot a man, huh? Go on, start a rumor. Tell the people I shot a guy.
I haven't opened my puss. What are you talking about? You did not... I'll take a note. You did not shoot the man.
I missed him, huh? I can't shoot straight.
Who said you could...
Fine thing. It's bad enough I got to...
Guffey, will you do me a favor? Look, don't bother me. We're not on the air now. There are other people on the networks.
Other people.
Maybe there's political speeches. You want to go and bother them?
Fine thing. You want me to go aggravate the president, huh?
Nobody...
The poor man isn't having a tough enough time.
Don't aggravate. Will you do me a favor? Stay away from Mr. Roosevelt?
What's wrong with Roosevelt?
Wait a minute. That's a cock the Democrat. Look, wait a minute. Nothing is wrong with Mr. Roosevelt is all right.
Oh, Mrs. Roosevelt isn't, huh?
Did I say she isn't? I like Mrs. Rose. I'm crazy. I love Mrs. Rose.
Fine thing. Married man with 5 kids, crazy about the president's wife.
Why do you take me literally?
I got to take you, huh? He gets all the money, and I got to take him.
No, you're taking me literally. I mean, I'm an ardent follower. I'm a great follower of Mrs. Roosevelt.
And you don't get all worn out changing trains every day, huh?
Who mentioned? Did I mention trains?
Oh, I wouldn't mention trains.
Why should I?
Oh, don't talk about the trains. Forget no railroads. Sure, stop the trains.
Who?
No more trains. How do you like that guy?
What?
My poor brother, after 4 years, he finally got a little job. A brakeman on the railroad. Now Cantor wants to throw him out of work.
Who wants to throw the man out of work? I hope he works 365 days in the year.
Shouldn't even have one day off, huh?
Let him take the time off. Look, Thanksgiving Day is coming along. Let him take off Thanksgiving.
The only day he gets double overtime, he lays them off.
Yeah. What do you want?
Railroad. Just because the railroad.
Look,
if he wasn't a railroad.
I'm not against railroads. Guffey, please don't aggravate me, Guffey. I like trains. Every chance I get in the world, I ride on nothing but trains all the time.
You want to put the buses out of business. It's a little trick.
What buses? In California, my kids go to school every morning by bus.
Too cheap to buy an automobile.
Wait a minute, who's cheap? How would you... I'm not bragging. I happen to have 4 automobiles. I got a Chrysler and a Buick and a Cadillac and a LaSalle.
Sure. What do you care if Ford starves?
Ford won't starve. He's got millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Look at him. Look at those eyes. Millions and millions. Look how one millionaire can be jealous of another.
I
haven't got to eat, huh?
I am not jealous of Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford has got nothing that I want. Nothing that I want.
Nothing you want.
No.
No. He's got a boy.
So what? So I happen to have a grandson. How do you like? I've got a grandson.
You've got a grandson?
Yes.
Even that you had to get by remote control.
Go away. Go ahead. Has anybody got any bicarbonate of soda?
What's the matter with Salapatica?
Go ahead! What's the matter with Salapatica? And I don't want you people to think, ladies and gentlemen, that just because you're the guests here tonight of Bristol Myers, that the minute this show is over, you run right out and buy Ipana toothpaste. And you don't have to do that. I mean, you really don't have to. Because let's figure out what would happen if you all made up your minds that the minute this is over, you're going to buy some. There's a drugstore on the corner of 50th Street and 6th Avenue. There are 1,300 people here. Everybody rushes in there. The clerk, he's been there since 9 o'clock in the morning. He is tired out. You all come in, you want... He becomes confused. He makes the wrong change. Promise me you won't buy it tonight, will you? And you have heard Harry Von Zell speak about the great virtues of Ipana toothpaste. And it's true. You don't have to take literally everything he says, because let's not kid ourselves. We're all grown-ups here. All toothpastes are all right. All toothpaste. Ours happens to be a little bit better. And how much better do you think it is? How much better do you think it is? What do you think would happen if you didn't use Ipana, if you used some other toothpaste? Nothing much. In about 3 months, your whole jaw gets twisted like that. And everybody looks like the Rich Brothers, you know. That's all. Bobby, have you got that Stardust thing? Here is a new arrangement, ladies and gentlemen, that Bobby has made, and with the assistance of Edgar Fairchild and his geek. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet one of the finest composers, probably the greatest pianist in radio, my very good friend, Edgar Fairchild. Edgar, come out here. The number, that perennial favorite, Stardust.
Stardust melody. Oh, man.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The union makes you do that now, you know. 2 numbers, they get 5 minutes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have Dinah do a number which she would have done tonight had we been on the air. Not being on the air, she'll do it just the same. Called Down in Argentina Way. You want to play Down in Argentina Way? And she does this really. Keep the music very soft, boys, so they can hear it now. We're not on the air. Keep it very soft.
I hear music. I hear a soft guitar underneath the pampas moon when you sing a happy tune.
See, if we were on the air now, we'd just be about getting off. Look how quickly a half hour passed, you know? It's really very nice because you're pleasant company. That's what does it. You really have been very nice here, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to stay here just as long as you will. We're really in no hurry to go. I really mean that, you know? Because at midnight, we have to come back and do this again. We really have to, because we give out 2 sets of tickets, one at 9 o'clock for the Eastern broadcast, which goes up to about Denver, and then at 12 o'clock midnight from Colorado up and down the West Coast. So I think it's one of the nicest things I can ever remember anyone doing. And that is Bristol Myers calling me on the phone on Monday and saying that inasmuch as the president is going to take up our time, we ought to give some kind of a show here in the studio, because a lot of people will be coming from Jersey and from Brooklyn and from the Bronx, from all places, really, and we should not say, as other people might say, it says, no show, you know. I think it's very nice. I think it's very nice. Don't you really? Now, you don't have to rush right out to buy Ipana and Salapatica for that. You really don't have to, because we got boys coming up and selling it right here now. You know, I spoke to Rudy Valley on the phone at 6 o'clock this evening. He's in California. He sent me a song that he wanted me to do on the air next Wednesday. I was going to do it tonight. And there's certain parts of the song I want changed. He's working out with several boys. And I said to Rudy, I said, you know, I'm not going to be on the air. He said, what? Are you sick? You know, because the last time I was off the air, rather, it was a night I was terribly sick. I don't know whether you remember, the year before last. It was the first night I ever missed on radio because of illness. And Rudy Valley took my place that night. He's the only fellow I could call on. And, you know, he's very nice. A lot of people say, oh, that Rudy Valley, he's snob, he's stuck up. He wants to fight all the time. He's not offensive. He's always on the defensive. Somebody makes a remark, you know, he's a sissy or something, you know. And, oh, you should see the guy. I mean, really, he fights, you know. He gives out a good thing, you know, bing. He's really a swing singer. Oh, yes. And, oh, you should see him. I used to go with him to the Roosevelt Hotel here. They have a little gymnasium, health club, you know. And you should see the guy, really, very deceiving. Got a lovely chest, tattooed. You should see what he's got. Hedy Lamarr in Technicolor, the whole business here. And I said to Rudy Valley, I said, I never knew Hedy Lamarr had a dimple. He said, this dimple was there before Hedy Lamarr. He really had a... And, lady, don't explain it to him. He'll know. But he's a very nice fellow. This time when I was sick, ladies and gentlemen, I've told this to many people, but it's really true. The time I was sick, the doctors didn't know what was actually wrong with me. They didn't know what was really wrong with me. Because nowadays there are no doctors. They're all specialists, you know. You go to a doctor, you know, you say, doctor, my eye hurts, something with my eye. He says, what eye? So my left eye says, I'm sorry, I'm a right eye specialist. You got to go right. Oh, yeah. So this doctor that I have, one of the finest doctors, not only in New York, in this country, Joseph Diamond, he's 16 East 83rd Street. Tell him I sent you because at the end of the month I get whoever is sick. So He sent up a girl from his laboratory to take a blood test of me. You know what they do? They give you a little jab with a thing and then put it on from your finger, you know? And they couldn't make it out. So the next day, again, she went, another thing. They went through all my fingers, finally went to such blood that they took from, I think she was keeping an anemic friend somewhere, you know? And I found out later she was selling it to skinny Ennis, you know? So finally came the day of the broadcast, and I tell you something, I felt heartbroken. It was the first time in 8 years that I missed a show. I said, Doctor, he said, Eddie, you can't. You really take a chance. It's a terrific chance. You've got a fever of 104. We don't know where it's coming from. If we knew where. Oh, sure, you could laugh. If you would have 104, I would send you up some matzo balls, believe me. Then you'd have 105. So Rudy Valley took and I'll never forget it. I was lying in bed, and I had a little portable radio right by my bedside, and when Rudy Valley got the whole audience to sing, I love to spend this, you know, I cried. I really did. The tears streamed down my face. I was lying there thinking, here was Rudy Valley getting the check which I would have got had I been able to go. Well, I'm sentimental that way, you know. And show you the type of a guy this Rudy Valley is. The last time he was here, which only a few weeks ago was broadcasting, we played a benefit performance together. At Madison Square Garden. Had a terrific show. And I was living out of the country. Rudy Valley said, Eddie, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Why go out in the country? You got to get up early tomorrow. Why don't you come to my apartment? And ladies and gentlemen, such an apartment that I finally went. You have never seen 115 Central Parkway. Oh, done in the most exquisite stuff. Sometime if you're around the neighborhood, I want you to go up and see Rudy Valley's apartment. The most exquisite tapestries on the wall. You should see the tapestries on the wall and the garbage on the floor. You have never... And we had something to eat. He brought us some things from the Frigidaire. Cold chicken. I love cold. I mean, a cold chicken you must never eat when there's anybody around. You know what I mean? You grab a hold of a poke, you know, you give it a thing. You know, you don't have to worry about who, you see? And then he brought out something to drink, a thing called vodka. Did you ever drink that vodka? Oh, 2 drinks, I hollered, hooray for Hitler. Oh, such a thing you have. An inside hot foot, that's what you get with that vodka. So it got to be about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I said, Rudy, I've got to go to bed. I've got to go to... He said, Eddie, before you go to sleep, I'd like to show you my collection of pajamas. And such a collection of pajamas, I give you my word, you have never seen. One pair of pajamas he got when he was out in California, in Bullock's, Wiltshire, $125. Chinese silk, hand embroidered. Here he had a dragon embroidered. It was pretty dirty. He must have been dragging on the floor there for months, you know. Then he showed me 6 pair that he bought in Saks, and he showed me a dozen pair he got from Paris, and 6 pair he got from all in all, he must have shown me 3 dozen pair of pajamas. And finally went to sleep in his underwear. How do you like a man like that? And what kind of underwear do you think Rudy Valley wears? I can tell you. You imagine wear a little short one? Cute? No. Oh, he'd be great. He wears what you call in French, long drawers. Right down to, you know, those with a flap over here, you know. Any male, you know. Well, I don't want you to think I'm knocking because I love Rudy Valley. I think I'll sing again. What have we got here? Oh, yeah. Here is a... Would you hold my gum? Here is a song that I've been singing, ladies and gentlemen, for too many years, but I so enjoy singing. It gives me such a great kick. I hope you feel the same way about it, called Dust Off the Old Piano. We go. Oh, Susanna, dust off the old piano. My hands are reaching for those keys. Our troubles will go winging the moment we start singing all our favorite melodies. We'll get the gang around that used to hang around. And when the neighbors hear us singing Sally, they'll forget about Rudy Valley. Oh, Susanna, I let you sing soprano. Dust off the old piano tonight. Do, re, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. That's the scale everybody ought to know. How to play from do to do. There is nothing finer than a minor strain. It's the kind of melody gets a lot of sympathy. A chord in C is beautiful. I heard somebody say it. A chord in G is wonderful, according to the way they play it. Oh, Susanna, dust off the old piano. My hands are itching for those keys. It's been so many, many ages since we last turned the pages of our favorite melodies. We'll get the gang around that used to hang around, and when the neighbors hear us singing tenor, they'll forget about a candidate tenor. Oh, Susanna, take off your old bandana, dust off the old piano tonight. To give her a nickel. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 3 or 4 years, I've had the good fortune to be invited to many universities throughout the country. Say, tell me something about the boys leaving. Can they stay here? How long? All right, Johnny? Thank you. I want you to meet, ladies and gentlemen, one of my very good friends, very fine violinist, and the man who makes it possible for us to have this orchestra, Johnny Augustine. Johnny, get up and say. You have to do that, you know, or they send an extra bill. Well, anyway, here's... Going around to the various universities, I've been speaking to the youth of this country. And it's most important that we do speak to them, because if you don't speak to them, they'll do something about what we've done to their country, you know, because we old guys, we kind of move on, you know. These fellas inherit this whole business, you know, everything. So, anyway, after these talks, somebody usually comes up to me and says, Ken, I wish you'd told us something about radio, what happens when so-and-so goes down, or what happens in Hollywood about this person. And so, in the past few seasons, I've asked the audience at the broadcast to ask me questions about things that are on their mind that perhaps I could answer. And I'd like to take about 10 minutes, maybe 7 or 8 minutes, to do it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any question that you'd like to ask me from where you are, I'll consider no question too personal. I'll try to answer anything that you want me to answer. And I promise not to make sport of you. So if you have anything on your mind, just raise your hand so I know where you're seated. And we'll try to have some fun. This is not a quiz or anything, you know, because I'm no Clifton Fadiman. Gosh, I'm not even an Oscar Levant. Yes, sir. Oh, you're going back a long ways. What'd you say? Oh, no, the stage, but I'll tell you what I'll do. If you like, before the show is over, I'll sing a couple of the old Ziegfeld songs and we'll run up and down here. We'll do that for you, yes. I promise before we quit, I'll do that for you, sir. Who has a question? Yes, sir. Oh, God. If you know anybody who is interested, it's the longest white elephant that anybody... Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you a question. Why is so much intolerance going on in this country? Don't you think we should be on better than calling the Christian not a...
That's right. I think you are right, sir. I think you're right, sir, but I don't think that this is the time and the place to go into a discussion of what goes on. Politics are a peculiar thing, especially on the American scene, and yet I would much prefer to have our kind of politics with all of the smearing that we do, because all we smear is with mud, and in politics on the other side it's blood, you know, so I think we really are. Yes, miss? Oh, God. I shouldn't tell you. He killed her. No, we will have Harry Von Zill's lady friend with us next Wednesday. A girl that's really hotter about Van Zelen, I can tell you. Yes, sir? If you were using Squib's toothpaste because I was on the program, you must have made a mistake the first time because I was on the Peppico program. So you made two mistakes. One, using Squibs, and second, talking about it. And now you can square the whole thing by going out tonight and buying a tube of Ipana. You know what I mean? Because even I changed my mind, you know. Yeah, who? What did you say? I didn't hear you. I can't hear you. Who is the baby up there? It's Bobby Sherwood's little baby. Right in the window. Can we throw a spotlight? Can we throw a spotlight on the client's booth up there? Can you move the spotlight over to the client's booth? Or can't you? Here. Here's the baby. There you are. One child, an amateur. Who else has a question? Yes, ma'am? When will who? When will I come back to the legitimate stage? Well, I'll tell you, just as soon as I find a vehicle, some play, some musical show that excites me sufficiently. Right now I'm so taken up with this radio and seeing the Dinah Shore gets a new, it's so much work connected with that thing. But if something comes along, I'll be back, you bet. Who else? Yes, ma'am. May you please have my autograph? You may have my autograph, but I'll tell you what you do. If you will drop me a note and give me your name and your address and send it here to NBC, I'll send you an autograph picture. So you have both the autograph and my puss. And anytime you don't eat your spinach, your mother will show you the picture and you run right. Believe me. Where else? Yes, ma'am? What happened to Bobby Breen? Bobby Breen, unfortunately, right now is between voices. He's in Hollywood. He gets up in the morning and he says, Mother, I'd like to have some cornflakes. He's a tenant. He comes back, he says, who do you think bothers me today? So until his voice make up its mind where it wants to go, uptown or downtown, you can't do a thing with him. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. I'll most likely make my next picture in January. I'm going to the coast in January and make a picture because it's been awfully hard. People walk up and down the street. I go to Union Square. I go to Columbus Circle. People on soapboxes. They say, what we need in this country is more pictures. I hear them speeches all the time. I have to go back. There's a terrific demand from Ida. She needs a coat. Who? Yes, ma'am. How old is my grandson? My grandson was a year last Saturday. That's right. Year last Saturday. He took a train, came here by himself. Smart kid, met a girl on the way to what happened. Who else? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am? Yes, sir. Huh? Speak up. Speak up, young man. Oh, yes, yes. You tell him not to worry. I'll pay him. She's home. She's home. Who else? Yes, ma'am. Oh, I don't know, until he grows up to be as good as Harry Von Zell. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. In fact, I'll be there this Sunday. The camp that this gentleman refers to is a camp that I was sent to when I was 10 or 11 years old up at Cold Springs, New York, and past few years we've been instrumental in sending quite a few thousand boys up there. It's really one of the finest boys' camps in this country. Who else wants to know what? Yes, sir. No, I don't think I will. I cannot be at the Nordic Club and at the camp at the same time because until you can arrange some kind of a scheme, you know what I mean? I cannot be there. Who? Yes, ma'am. Do I have a stand-in? Oh, yes. Oh. You know, when there are certain things that are dangerous to do, you always bring a stand-in. For instance, if I had to play a scene with Hedy Lamarr, I'd have two fellas in my place. I would die. Well, I'll tell you what we do. Bobby, I want to answer the request by this gentleman over here, and I want you to play me two choruses from some of the Ziegfeld songs that I've had. The choruses are marked in the book. The boys got them 19 and 20 with a nice tempo. Here are the two songs I think you remember from Ziegfeld days. We go. Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. I'll tell the world I love you. Don't forget your promise to me, 'cause I have bought the home and ring and every little thing for Margie. You've been my inspiration. Days are never blue, and after all is said and done, there is really only one. Oh, Margie, Margie, it's you. If you knew Oh, my goodness, what a chassis. I had a mustache, cute as a pup. Susie kissed me, and she burned the darn thing up. If you knew Susie like I know I'm not the least bit winded. I could sing. You have been very nice, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your coming, even though you knew you weren't going to get a broadcast. I hope that the members of the company, boys in New York as myself, have pleased you, and I hope you listen in again next Wednesday. Good night, and God bless you. Wednesday with you, as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Let's make a date for next Wednesday night. I'm here to stay. 'Twill be my delight to sing again, ring again, the things you want me to. I love to spend each Wednesday with you.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
J-E-L-L. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra.
The orchestra opens the program with Curly Top from the picture of the same name. First impressions can be mighty important, of course, but as a rule, last impressions are even more important. And the last impression of a meal depends largely upon the dessert. That's why it's such a good idea to serve Jell-O and be sure of a happy ending. Jell-O is lovely to look at, for one thing. Its bright, glowing color is wonderfully appealing. But that's only a first impression. Your final impression of Jell-O comes after you've tasted it. And from then on, you'll never forget its rich, delicious flavor. The flavor of fresh, ripe fruit skillfully blended. But remember, Jell-O and only Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor. So whenever you want a good-looking, swell-tasting, inexpensive dessert, get Jell-O. Get the real thing. Insist on genuine Jell-O. And now, ladies and gentlemen, through the courtesy of NBC, we bring you our master of ceremonies through the courtesy of Paramount, Jack Benny, through the courtesy of Jell-O.
Thank you. Now, Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny coming to you through the courtesy of Don Wilson. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Jack.
No, Don. You're the one to be thanked.
Oh, no, Jack. You should be the recipient.
Well, isn't this a polite business, folks? You know, Don, we ought to always open our program with this sweet and friendly spirit. It shows the brotherly feeling that really exists in our little group.
Yes, Jack, I agree with you.
Of course, Don, there are times when the way you introduce me, it makes me feel like socking you right in the nose.
Oh, it does, huh?
Yes, through the courtesy of my right arm.
You mean the one you play that lousy fiddle with?
Yes, thank you, Don.
Thank you, Jack.
Well, aren't we the refined rodents? Say, Don, I noticed the boys played their first number tonight without Phil. Is he late again?
Oh, yes, he called up a little while ago and said that he might be delayed.
Oh, he might? You know, he's getting pretty independent lately since those movie stars have been calling him up. Carol, Lombard, and Ginger.
Very good looking, you know.
Well, I'm always here on time, and I'm not exactly a Dracula.
No, not exactly.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Jack.
Well, anyway, I've got to do something about Harris. He's got to make up his mind whether he wants his girls or his job.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. How'd you get here so early?
Through the courtesy of a taxicab.
Oh. Say, Mary, I haven't seen you since you were at my house for Thanksgiving.
Well, that reminds me, Jack, I want to thank you for inviting me to dinner last Thursday.
Oh, that's all right. Did you enjoy the dinner, Mary?
Well, everything was fine except the turkey.
Oh.
Gee, that was the toughest turkey I ever had.
It was?
Yeah, I'll bet they had to kill it with a machine gun.
Well, there was nothing wrong with that dinner. The turkey was all right, and everybody had plenty to eat.
I had plenty after the first mouthful.
Oh, you wouldn't know good food anyway. You liked the turkey, didn't you, Don?
Well, I...
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Say, Jack, where's Phil?
Oh, he's home. What's this program in his life? But then it's my fault anyway.
Why?
I forgot to specify in his contract that he's supposed to be here. You know, since the women have been calling him up, I can't do a thing with them. I'll bet half the girls in this audience tonight are Phil's. There you are, you see? Why, Mary, I'm surprised you're not applauding.
I can't with a script in my hand.
Oh. Say, Don, I just thought of a great idea. You want to have some fun?
Yeah, what's up?
Listen, you know, all the movie stars have been calling Phil up. Well, I'm going to call him up and make believe it's Mae West. You know, kid him along.
Do you think you can imitate Mae West?
Oh, sure, he'll never get wise. He's too conceited anyway. Now, look, I'll call him up and tell him to meet me on the corner of Sunset and Highland.
Oh, that's great.
Imagine making a date with a girl, she don't show up. Oh, boy, will that be embarrassing.
You ought to know.
Yeah, well, never mind that. Hand me the phone.
Number, please.
Give me Oxford 7071.
Deposit a nickel, please. A good one.
Oh. If I had known this was going to run into money, I'd never have started it. Now, quiet, everybody. This is going to be good.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Mr. Harris?
Why, yes.
Hiya, big boy. How am I doing?
Who is this?
This is Mae West. Come up and see me sometime.
Who?
Don't you recognize the voice? I must be losing my grip.
Well, this is a surprise.
Well, how would you like to meet me sometime? We'll go out and peel a grape.
Gee, honey, that'd be great. Are you doing anything tonight?
No, nothing special. What's on your mind?
How am I doing, Mary?
If it's George Arliss, you're terrific.
Is that so? Well, listen, Filthy. How about meeting me tonight at 10 o'clock on the corner of Sunset and Highland?
Okay, I'll be right there. Now, don't forget.
I won't. So long, Phil.
Goodbye, Jack.
Well, how do you like that? Of all the double-crossing... Yeah.
Well, why don't you ask me what I'm laughing at?
I'm afraid of the answer. Playboy. Who's That Knockin' at My Heart from my forthcoming Paramount picture, College Holiday, played by Phil Harris's meal tickets, with a dashing maestro on his way to work, I hope.
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
I just bumped into Phil Harris in the drugstore.
Oh, what did he say?
He didn't say anything. I said, pardon me.
Well, that was quite an interesting conversation. Yeah. Did he infer that there was a remote possibility of his appearing in this vicinity in the near future?
Oh, you just said that to mix me up.
Yeah. Come in.
Pardon me, would you like to buy some Thanksgiving cards?
Thanksgiving cards? Well, Thanksgiving is over.
Oh, then how about some hash?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Miss West.
Wise guy, huh?
Oh, Jack, I almost forgot. I want to thank you for inviting me to your Thanksgiving dinner.
You're welcome, Kenny. How'd you like the turkey?
Swell, I got the wishbone.
Oh, did you make a wish?
Yeah, I wish there was some meat on it.
Say, Kenny, did you take...
Where do you keep your soda fountain, Phil? In the living room?
Yes, you funny man.
Yeah, well, I had you fooled on the telephone anyway.
I called you by your name, didn't I?
Oh, it was just a wild guess. But no kidding, how did you know I wasn't Mae West?
Well, in the first place, it sounded like Jack Benny.
I see.
And in the second place, Mae West was with me at the time.
Oh, well, at first I thought my imitation was bad. Anyway, now that you finally got here, play Kenny's song, will you?
Okay.
That is, unless you've got a date with Garbo.
She'll wait.
Sing, Kenny.
Say, Jack.
What?
Why don't you just keep still?
It's a good idea, Mary.
Sweet music is the poetry of romance. There is no romance without a song. And though it's such a little thing to do, dear, I'll sing to you, dear, my whole life long. I'll sing you a thousand love songs, and still they'll seem so few. For I need 1,000 voices to tell you how I love you. I've only one heart to give you, one voice to listen to. So I'll bring 1,000 love songs, and I'll sing everyone, dear, for you. I'll sing you 1,000 love songs.
That was I'll Sing You 1,000 Love Songs from Cain and Mabel, sung by Kenny Baker, accompanied by Hollywood's heartthrob and his orchestra. Mary, look at Phil over there with that wavy hair. I bet he puts curlers in it at night. Say, Phil, where do you get your permanent?
The same place you get your toothpaste.
Well, that was some snappy retort. Who told you to say that, Carol Lombard?
No, I thought of it myself.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it? Well?
Say, Kenny.
Don't change the subject. I said you want to make something out of it.
Yes, he does.
Quiet. Stay out of this. I'll handle this. Say, Kenny. Come in.
That's your knees.
But honestly, Kenny, as I started to tell you, your voice sounded exceptionally good tonight. Really, it moved me deeply.
Yeah? You want to make something out of it?
What?
I said, do you want to make something out of it?
Yes, I do. Anytime and any place. Right now, if you wanna.
Gee, Jack, I was only fooling.
Oh, backing down, eh? Well, just be careful, that's all. See? And that goes for nearly everybody in this company. There. You get me?
Attaboy, Tiger.
Yeah, you said it. Well, anyway, now that we're all understand each other, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction for this program, we are going to deviate from the rather strenuous and noisy type of Wild West drama which we have been presenting lately. Tonight we will go from the ridiculous to the sublime by offering a refined, quiet little English drawing room play entitled Lady Windermere's Fan Dance. The locale is Worcestershire on the Sauce. The country seat of Lord and Lady, that's not my knees, come in.
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
Same voice as a car salesman. Here, boy.
Who's it from, Jack?
I don't know. It's postmarked Baked Potato, Idaho. You read it, Mary, while I look over the play. Will you?
Okay. It says, Mr. Jack Benny, care of NBC Ranch, Hollywood, California. Dear Buck.
Well, it must be from someone who heard last week's program.
For 2 weeks now, you've been...
I just added me things in there, you know.
For 2 weeks now, you've been trying to do your Western drama, Buck Benny Rides Again. But something always happens. So please finish it tonight, as my husband is just crazy about Western things.
Oh.
Right now, he is sitting at the radio eating a Western sandwich and spilling ketchup on his West.
That's silly.
Please grant my request, and we'll be listening in. Signed, Mrs. W.W. Westover, 446 Western Avenue. What are you going to do about it, Jack?
Well, Mary, we can't disappoint fans like Mr. and Mrs. Westover. So tonight, folks, we will continue with Buck Benny Rides Again. And we will have to postpone our English drawing room drama.
But I say, old fellow, you can't do this to me.
Come back next week.
Very well. Cheerio.
These actors. Huh? Well, boys, let's get into a real Western mood. Kenny, pass out the bandanas.
Shall I peel them?
I said bandana. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Buck Benny will go on immediately after the next number.
Hey, Jack, what part am I going to play?
Oh, you, Adonis. You can play the part of Mary's father, same as last week. That is, if you're available. Of course, I don't want you to work too hard, so I'll just give you a small part.
You always do.
Well, you talk enough at the Palomar in your own program. Oh, boy, that was a humdinger.
Yeah, shall I play now?
You might as well. You'll never think of an answer to that one. Try to match wits with me, will you? That was Just a Rhyme for Love from College Holiday, played by... and his orchestra. And now, folks, for the third time, we begin our Western drama, Buck Benny Rides Again, or 3 Weeks on a Horse. I will play the part of Sheriff Buck Benny, as tough an hombre as ever slapped an umbe in the ALJ. Just a two-fisted, quick-triggered marksman who shoots from the hip and never misses. May I demonstrate? Hey, boy, hold up that cornet. Ready? Well, that was close enough.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Can we come back in the room now?
Yes. Kenny Baker will play the part of my horse called Pardner. Say something, Pardner. The locale of our little play is Texas, the Lone Star State. And I want to say right now that Texas is one of the finest states in the Union, even if it did only get 1 star. The opening scene is the ranch house of Frank Carson in sudden Death Valley. Curtain. Music. Moo, moo. Moo, moo.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Well, gal, you wouldn't have any trouble straddling a barrel yourself. Where's your pappy?
Didn't you hear? They carried him home last night.
Was he shot?
Only 50%.
Tell me, Daisy, how long has your pappy been drunk?
I don't know. I'm only 22.
He must have been born with a silver fizz in his mouth. Wake your pappy up. I got to talk to him.
He'll be up soon. He's got the cocktail shaker set for 9 o'clock.
Oh. Say, Daisy, before your pappy gets here, I want to ask you something that's been on my mind for a long time.
What's that?
Will you marry me?
Well, thanks, Buck. I'd like to, but I can't leave my pappy. He's taken care of me ever since I was a yearling.
I know that.
So I can't never marry nobody while pappy's alive.
That sure breaks me up. Can't nothing be done about it?
Well, Buck, you might leave your gun here and ask me again tomorrow.
That's fine. We'll spend our honeymoon on a rope. Hey, Daisy. Daisy?
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Frank. Hello, Buck. Are you hurt? That was you that fell down the steps. It was. Ouch. Now, listen, Frank. I hear that them rustlers stole some of your cows again last night. How many you figure they got? I don't know. Well, look out of the window there and tell me how many head of cattle you got left. Can't tell you, Buck. They're facing the other way. Well, then let it go. Have you any idea who took them? Yeah, it was Cactus Face Elmer. Cactus Face Elmer, huh? Well, I'm going out and get him. I figure he's in town at Ike Muller's saloon. And that's where I'm a-heading. Are you sure he's at Ike Muller's?
If he ain't, there goes the plot.
Well, I'm a-going, and I ain't coming back till I get him. Be careful, Buck. He's a dangerous character. I like them that way. I'm a-going to shoot it out with that varmint. And if I don't come back, you know I died with my boots on. Goodbye, Frank. So long, Daisy. I'm a-heading for Ike Muller's saloon. Buck Benny rides again. Steady, partner. Giddy up. Yippee! Come on, partner. Yes, come. Come on, partner. Faster, faster.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Scene 2. We now take you to Ike Muller's saloon, where we find Sheriff Buck Benny just arriving.
Ho, ho. I'm going inside, partner. Are you going with me?
No, Buck. If you want me, I'll be over by the watering trough.
Okay, what time is it?
9:30.
Thanks, Time Supply. That was a nifty. See you later. Hello, Sheriff. Hiya, Curly.
Howdy, Buck.
Hello, Kate. How they treating you?
They ain't.
Well, if it ain't Buck Benny.
Why, Slim Wilson, you old horn toad.
No, I got a newfangled line now called Jell-O.
Jell-O? What's that?
Why, it's an up-and-coming young dessert, and I wouldn't be surprised that someday millions of people will be eating it.
Well, shut my Texas trap. Hey, Slim. Put one over on you that time, Slim.
Afraid you did.
Slim, have you seen Cactus Face Elmer around?
Yes, Buck, there he is, right back of you.
Got him sooner than I expected. Are you Cactus Face Elmer?
That's me, Buck Benny.
And you're a tough hombre, huh?
My tough is asking. You see those notches on my gun?
Yes.
Well, if you get fresh, I'll tell him to move over.
I've been aiming to meet up with you, Cactus. You wanted for the stealing of Frank Carson's cows.
I didn't take him, and would you like to buy some milk?
Oh, you admit you took him, huh?
Take it easy, Poopsie. You want to make something out of it?
Now, listen here, Cactus. You got those cows, and I want to know where they are. You know, this country ain't healthy for cattle thieves.
I never felt better in my life.
Now, listen, Cactus Face, I came here to get you, and I'm going to bring you back dead or alive. Now, which way do you want to go?
I think so.
Come on with me.
Look out, Buck. He's going to shoot.
It's okay, boys. I got him. Come on, Cactus. Give me your knife and gun.
Here's the gun.
Where's the knife?
In your bag.
I thought I fell a draft. Well, you've reached the end of your rope, Cactus Face. Come along, peaceable.
Look out, Buck!
There goes the light.
There goes Cactus Face.
Cactus Face rides again.
I'll get him.
Oh.
This will be continued next Sunday night. Will Buck get Cactus Face? Will the lights be fixed? Will the cows be contented?
That's enough, Don. Make them listen in. Play, Phil.
Everyone who enjoys good things is certain to enjoy Jell-O chocolate pudding, a new product that hits a new high in real old-fashioned goodness. Jell-O chocolate pudding is far smoother, creamier, more chocolatey. And what's more, it has that grand homemade taste that's always so welcome everywhere. Jell-O chocolate pudding is wonderfully easy and economical to make, too. Here's all you do. Just mix the contents of one package with some milk in the top of your double boiler and let it cook till smooth and luscious. It only takes about 10 minutes. Then you need only wait until the mixture has cooled before serving it in sherbet glasses and bringing it to your table. A delicious dessert triumph. Jell-O chocolate pudding sells for the same low price as Jell-O, and one package will give you 6 servings. And that's certainly a lot of goodness for very little expense. So ask your grocer for Jell-O chocolate pudding in the morning. If he hasn't put it in stock yet, be sure he orders it for you. Remember the name, Jell-O chocolate pudding.
This is the last number of the 9th program in the new Jell-O series, and I reckon we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Come along, Daisy. I'll take you home on my horse.
Oh, we both can't get on, can he?
That's right. Good night.
Jell-O.
The tune I know that you know is from the show Oh Please. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny has come to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood. This is the Red Network.
The tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike.
Improved case-site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Yeah, probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves.
When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently.
Improved case-site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up. A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax welcome you to another merry musical half hour starring Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Rico Marcelli's orchestra opens the festivities with We Saw the Sea. Cast off, Rico. Our scene tonight, but wait, how's the scenery in your own home? Are your floors and linoleum polished and bright? You know, now is the time to brighten up your home for spring. You may hesitate about polishing your floors, believing it will be a big job. If so, let me tell you right here that you can make your floors shine like new in a few minutes' time without any work of rubbing or buffing. Just ask your dealer for Johnson's Glow Coat, the new no-rubbing floor polish. You merely spread a little Glow Coat lightly over the surface with a soft cloth or the special Glow Coat applier. 20 minutes later, the Glow Coat will be dry, the floor will be gleaming, and you will be as fresh and rested as when you started. Glow Coat protects linoleum and wood floors from becoming worn and shabby. The polish lasts for weeks at a time, shedding dirt and dust. Old-fashioned floor scrubbing methods can be abolished forever when your floors are protected with Johnson's Glow Coat. It's spelled Glocoat. And by the way, you save money by ordering Glow Coat in the larger sizes. Tonight, we wander into the Wistful Vista Railroad Station and walk right to the check room. And whom do we find as temporary attendants in charge but our old friends, Check and Double Check, Fibber McGee and Molly?
I hope nobody wants to check nothing till I finish this paper.
Say, did you read where Douglas Fairbanks got married to this Lady Ashley?
Yeah, I read that, Molly.
And that young Douglas is real mad about it.
Shucks, he shouldn't get sore about that, Molly. Every Doug has his day. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
But I'm glad you took this check room job. It's real quiet.
I know. I always like a job where I can think.
When you think, McGee, that is a job.
Hey, I see on the back page here where a feller flew an airplane blind from New York to St. Louis. You know, that's wonderful, Molly. knowing exactly where you are without seeing a thing.
Oh, my uncle did the same thing 25 years ago, McGee.
25 years ago?
Why, sure. Without a single window in the back of the patrol wagon, my uncle would say, now we're passing Pearl Street. Now we're at Broadway going east. We've turned uptown. Stand up, boys. We're there.
Excuse me, please. May I check this pigskin Gladstone with you?
You betcha, brother. That's what we're here for. Serve the public. Here's your check.
Thank you. I'll be back later today for it.
Okay.
My, now isn't that a beautiful suitcase?
That's a dandy.
I've always liked them glad pig bag stones.
Them what?
Them pig stone glad bags.
You mean them pig bag stone glass?
That's what I says, bag pig skin stones.
Stone glad skin... Here, Molly. Toss it up on the second rack there.
Toss it up yourself, laziness. I'm just here to keep you company.
Okay. Here she goes.
What was that?
I don't know unless it was that big cut glass punch bowl that lady checked about a year ago. Yes, sir. I'll bet that's what that was, Molly.
Well, why don't you go look, Ignorant?
And ruin my whole day? No, sir. I'm going to enjoy this job while I can.
You want this newspaper back, McGee?
No, you read what's interesting out loud to me.
There's nothing interesting out loud, McGee. The interesting things is always in whispers.
I always said, oh, howdy, sis. What can I do for you?
Is this the check room?
You betcha. Want to check something?
I want to check Chauncey with you.
Chauncey?
Chauncey. Chauncey is my parrot. Say hello to the nice man, Chauncey.
Ah! Scram, stupid.
You just don't pay any attention to him. When I'm not around, he's real quiet.
Heavenly days, I hope so. Give the lady her check, McGee.
Well, no, I don't know, Molly. Checking the parrot.
Here, ma'am, here's your check.
Oh, well, I'll just put the cage over here, sis.
Very well. He won't bother you a bit.
Well, we'll take care of him, sis.
That is, unless something excites him. Now, you see, Chauncey was in a shipwreck. The poor darling.
Oh, well, we'll take care of him, all right. Won't we, Chauncey? I says, won't we, Chauncey? Won't we, Chauncey? This bird ever worked on an amateur program, sis?
No, this is his first one. So long.
So long.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Don't worry about Chauncey. Now, Molly, business is getting good. First we get a suitcase, and now a parrot. So you was in a shipwreck, eh, Chauncey?
I'll say so, buddy. We joined the Navy to see the world. And what did you see? You'll be surprised.
I can see that Chauncey's going to be real good company, Molly.
Well, maybe not good, but loud.
Yeah. Oh, hello there, sister. Can we do something for you?
Well, I guess you can if you wanna. I'm looking for some place where I can lay these eggs.
Stick around, kid. We'll all lay one.
I wanna leave these eggs while I go see Cousin Elmer up the street, and I don't wanna carry 'em all the way, 'cause if I get run over and killed, I'd break all the eggs, and I'd be out all that money. Is this the check room?
Why, yes, it is. You want to check them eggs, that's it?
Yes, I guess I do, though I don't like to bother anybody with 'em. But I don't want to carry 'em all the way to Cousin Elmer's. He's such a hearty eater, I wouldn't come back with more than half of 'em. How much does it cost?
How much does what cost?
To check the eggs.
Oh, it's only 10 cents, ma'am.
Yeah, but I got 12 dozen eggs here. And at 10 cents a egg, that'd be $14.40. And
Hey, wait a minute, sis. It's only a dime for the whole lot. Here, give me the crate.
There, now that's fine. We'll keep 'em safe for you. Give the lady a check, McGee.
You betcha. Here you are, sis. There. Oh, hi there, Harpo.
Hi.
You want to check something?
No, I can't check it.
Huh?
You can't what?
I can't check it.
Dad, rat it, you can't check what?
I can't check my enthusiasm for Johnson's Glow Coat. The no rubbing, no buffing floor polish that shines as it dries. Oh, excuse me, madam.
Oh,
Not at
hello
all.
there, Geraldine.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee and Molly. Imagine meeting you here.
Yeah.
Hello, Toots.
Oh, what a beautiful parrot. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, that's Chauncey.
Oh, yes. Well, Gerald said parrots are like women with charge accounts.
Yeah?
You don't know what'll happen till they open their bills. Isn't that just too too gregarious. I mean, isn't it really?
Yeah, but where is Gerald, Chuck? We never did.
Gerald says he bought a parrot once because it would repeat everything Gerald said.
Oh, it would repeat everything?
Yes, he said he got rid of it for the same reason. I mean, he really did, really.
Yeah.
Gerald said parrots are all right in their way, but give him a nice, quiet fried chicken. Oh, you really should know, Gerald. I mean, you really should.
Yeah, but Chuck's Geraldine, we never
Gerald said he was real fond of his parrot, and his parrot swore by him. He swore by everybody. He did, really.
So Gerald doesn't like parrots?
Oh, Gerald says he still likes a big beaker now and then, but not with feathers on. Isn't that confusing?
What?
Well, I simply must be off. Diddle, diddle, diddle.
Now back to the tech room at the Wistful Vista Railroad Station. Business has been going on as usual. So far, Fibber and Molly have taken in a grip, a high-wheel bicycle, a cut glass punch bowl, slightly broken, and 12 dozen eggs. And look, Fibber is greeting another customer.
Hi, brother. What can I do for you?
Check this trombone.
Oh, okay, brother. You come to the right place.
Give me the check and make it snappy.
Oh, that'll be 10 cents.
Yeah? Try and get it.
Well, we've been getting it.
Come on. Give me the check.
Why, this check is number 79.
So what?
Oh, well, I'll tell you. We'll make that the lucky number for today. Don't cost you nothing. Congratulations.
Okay.
Now, we'll take care of the trombone, brother. Oh, he's gone. That big bruiser got away just in time. Another minute, I'd have smacked him once.
Well, where's his dime, McGee? I'll ring it up.
Huh?
His dime, Ignatz, the 10 cents. Where is it?
Well, you see, Molly, I just decided on a new policy. One lucky number a day. For instance, today's lucky number was 79, so that feller could check his trombones for nothing. Kind of a nifty idea, huh?
No. McGee, you're always... Oh, how do you do, mister?
You check everything here?
Sure, everything.
Fine. I'd like to leave my little girl here for an hour or so, if you don't mind.
Little girl?
Yeah.
Hey, now, listen, bud. We ain't got the right facilities.
You said you checked everything. Thank you. Come on, Myrtle. Daddy'll lift you over the counter. Upsy-daisy. Here's my dime, and I'll take this check here.
Hey, now, wait a minute, brother.
I
We
certainly
can't...
am obliged to you, friend. I'll be back.
Can you beat that, Molly? Well, we got her. What's your name, sis?
What's yours?
I asked you first.
Oh, my name's Chauncey.
Oh. Oh, look at the green eagle.
That's a parrot, little girl.
Can I play with him? Can I?
Now, you better not, sis. He's liable to bite you.
Oh, he hasn't any teeth, I bet you. What's in this suitcase?
We don't know, sis. Somebody checked it.
Who checked it?
Oh, man. Dad rat it, I don't know. Now, sit down there and keep quiet.
Now, be a good little girl. Your father wouldn't want you to be in any trouble.
No.
Oh, I don't know. He paid for it. See, this is a funny-looking box.
That's a trombone, sis.
What's a trombone?
A trombone? Well, a trombone is a musical instrument that was invented so the fellow could sit in an orchestra and keep his eye on his derby at the same time.
Ain't funny, McGee.
What's the parrot's name?
Percy, wasn't it, Molly?
No, Chauncey.
Oh, yes, Chauncey.
Oh, somebody call him Chauncey. tell him I'll call back. Tell him Chauncey's busy, old boy.
Parrots are cute, aren't they?
Oh, I'll say they are, sis. Shucks, I used to own thousands of parrots at one time, sis. That was a long time ago. I was known as Paraguay McGee in them days. Paraguay McGee, the peerless paragon of passenger pigeon purveyors and parrot purchasers of Panama, Paraguay, and Frango Pango.
Ah, hot dog.
Shut up, Chauncey.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, certainly, mister. What is it?
Ah, there, my little cupcake. Could you give me a little information?
We'll try to, mister. What do you want to know?
Tell me, my little gadabout, is there an extra fare train with drawing room accommodations and the attendant luxuries leaving for California within the ensuing day?
Extra fare train, Bud? Why, sure, there's the cheap and...
Splendid. And how much, might I ask, would be the fare, inclusive of drawing room, to the City of the Angels?
Gee, are you going to heaven, mister?
No. I think not. No, my little meadowlark, merely to the earthly paradise. I was referring my friends to California, Los Angeles, the City of Angels. Very misleading appellation, very misleading.
Why, shucks, brother, you can get a ticket to Los Angeles with a whole drawing room to yourself for only 200 odd.
Oh, yes, 200 odd. Very odd. Too odd, if I might say so. Yes. What is the fare on the regular train to the same destination?
Regular train? A little over 80.
Ah, yes, indeed. Upward of $80.
Yeah.
A tidy sum, if I had it. Yes. Well, on second thought, I'm afraid that the ordinary accommodations would not be quite exactly attuned to my eccentricities. One more question, my friend.
Oh, certainly.
Tell me, my little sugar bowl, at what time does the next through freight pass the local water tower?
Heavenly days, the freight.
Freight? Why, shucks, brother. The next freight's due any minute now, but the freight don't have all them accommodations.
Exactly. But needs must when the devil drives, my boy. Shakespeare, the Bard of Avon. Great fellow, the Bard. He should be barred oftener. Well, let me thank you, my friends. This is fate. Yes, indeed, the hand of fate. Always starting from a water tower. Why must my life be involved with such a useless fluid? Water everywhere, and not a sprig of men.
See what the boys in the back room will have.
Quiet, Chauncey.
Excuse me, please, but I come back after my eggs, if you don't mind, and I hope they ain't been no bother to you, but I just didn't know any other place to leave 'em while I went to Cousin Elmer's. Here's my check.
Give the lady her eggs, McGee. Where'd you put them?
Let's see now, where did I put them? Oh, yes, right there on the radiator, Molly.
Dear, oh, dear.
I should have told you to keep 'em in a cool place, I suppose.
Oh, that's okay, sis. Can you think of any cooler place than a railroad station radiator? Hand them here, Molly.
Here you are, McGee.
There you are, sis.
Thank you very much. I don't know what I've done.
Heavenly days, what's that?
And it looks like they hatched out, sis. No charge for the extra service, sis.
Kick room service. Kick room. Oh, boy, it's Chauncey a panic.
Now, while Fibber and Molly recover from their shell shock, we're going to hear from our featured violinist, little Audrey Cole, playing her own arrangement of When a Gypsy Makes His Violin Cry. All right, Audrey.
McGee. There's the 820.
Sounds like it's slowing down, too, Molly. Look.
Heavenly days, it is slowing down. There's a man getting off.
Looks kind of familiar, too.
McGee, it's Mr. Wilcox got off that train.
Oh, hi there, Harpo. Was that you just got off the 820?
Yes, sir, it was. I just got off to tell you that if you had put Johnson's Glow Coat on your floor at the opening of this program, in this 20 minutes it would have dried to a beautiful high polish to protect your floors from wear and dirt. Well, see you later, Fibber. So long.
What you doing, little girl? What you doing there?
Oh, I'm just playing. Looky.
Well, that's great, sis. You go on and have a good time.
What are those things, little girl?
Well, what are them things you're playing with?
Oh, just some little tin things that were hanging on those packages and things.
Oh.
I'm playing their money.
McGee.
Huh?
You know what she's got?
No.
She took the checks off of the baggage.
Huh?
Now we don't know who belongs to what.
Oh, well, for the... Hey there, sis. Give me them tags.
You want to play their money, too, I bet you.
Well, that ain't no joke neither, sis. They are money.
How much?
Well, how many you got?
Oh, about 6 or 19.
6 or 19. Can't you count? Let's see 'em.
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Oh, come on now. Give 'em to me.
No, they're money.
Well, how much do you want for 'em?
How much you got?
How much you want?
How much you got?
How much you want?
How much you got?
How much you want?
McGee. Heavenly
Well,
days.
so.
Come on, little girl. Give 'em up. We've got to put them on the packages and baggage and things so people will know what belongs to them.
Yes, or else we might give you to that lady and give your father the parrot.
Oh, gee, I bet you he'd like a parrot.
You answered, McGee. I'll get the checks from her.
Okay. Okay, I'm coming. Hello, Wistful Vista Check Room. Fibber McGee speaking. Who? I don't get the name, babe. Who'd you say? Oh, you're the lady that left the parrot. Oh, sure, Chauncey's okay.
Ah! Give little Blister my regards, Doc. Ah!
Hello. He says give you his regards. What, say? You can't come after him. Oh, okay, babe. I'll bring him over as soon as I can get away. Huh? Give me that address again. Write this down, Molly. 114 West Oak Street. Okay, babe, I'll bring him over. Goodbye.
Who was it, McGee?
That was Chauncey's mama. She can't call for him and wants me to bring him over when I get through here.
Oh, dear.
Did you get them checks from the little girl, Molly?
Yes, I did. Here they are. But how can we straighten them out?
Well,
what number was on the pigskin Gladstone?
78, wasn't it?
No, I think it was 29.
No, 29 went on the trombone.
No, the trombone was 78.
Oh, no, Molly. 78 is the umbrella.
Don't be silly, McGee. I remember the umbrella was 99.
Looks older than that to me. How about the kid there? How about her? Wasn't her number 17, wasn't it?
No, I think her number was 84.
Well, don't seem to be getting no place.
Dear.
Let's just put them back where we think they ought to go, right or wrong. Huh?
Oh, dear, but what if somebody
All right,
comes up...
lady, I'll take my instrument now. There's a check.
Oh, yes, 79. 79. Well, let me see. McGee.
Huh?
79.
79, okay. 79. Coming right up. 79, you betcha. 79. You say 79, Molly?
79 it is, McGee.
You betcha. 79.
Try 79.
All right, what are you stalling for, Shorty? Hand it over.
Okay, bud. Here you are. Number 79.
Hey, this is a goldfish bowl. You try to be funny.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Don't you know your own check room?
I'll say so. The goldfish bowl ain't yours, eh?
No.
Well, I'll... Huh?
McGee, try the umbrella.
Oh, yeah. Shucks, brother, imagine me forgetting. Yours was the umbrella. Good thing to have, too, in case it rains. And...
That ain't my umbrella.
Well, I guess it ain't going to rain anyway.
McGee, he says instrument.
Oh, instrument. Here's a saw under 27. You play the musical saw, brother?
No, I don't. Give me my trombone or I'll come over there and get it, see?
Oh, the trombone.
The trombone. Here you are, bud. I just wanted to be sure.
Okay, Shorty. Next time, don't be...
Heavenly days. Look out, McGee. Here comes another one.
Oh, how do you do? Can you give me...
You betcha, babe. Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. You had the umbrella.
Why, no.
Or was it the goldfish? Yes, you look more like the goldfish to me. You got your check?
Goldfish? Check?
Sure, we can't let stuff go out without you got the check.
But I don't want a check.
Well, then you can't have the goldfish.
I don't want any goldfish.
Oh, then it was the umbrella. See how I done that, Molly? Just a case of elimination. I say so.
Please, I came in to buy a railroad ticket.
Oh, you go to the other window over there. I'll get it, Molly. It's probably... Hey, don't touch that parrot's cage, sis.
Oh, I want to play with Chauncey.
No, little girl, you mustn't touch.
Hello? Hello. Yes, Fibber McGee speaking. Huh? Oh, yes, the parrot. You betcha. I can bring him over right away. You betcha. Okay, ma'am, right away. I got to deliver that parrot over to town, Molly. Where's that address?
Here it is, McGee. Now put it in your pocket.
Okay, thanks. Dad rat it, sis. Leave that parrot alone. Hey, don't open that cage.
Heavenly days, the parrot's out. Grab him, McGee. Oh, well, now what are you going to do, McGee? What's the matter with you?
Look at that crazy parrot go, Molly.
Well, what's so funny about that?
He don't know where he's going. I got the address in my pocket.
And now, before Marcelli gives us a brand new version of a grand old orchestra number, may I just have a word? I could stand here and tell you a great deal about Johnson's Glow Coat, the remarkable no-rubbing floor polish brought out by the makers of Johnson's Wax. But if you will just try Glow Coat on your kitchen linoleum, you'll see immediately what a wonderful polish it is. You'll see how quickly and easily Glow Coat goes on the floor, how it dries in 20 minutes to a beautiful bright polish without any help from you. You don't have to do a bit of rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat makes linoleum floors much brighter and fresher looking and then keeps them that way. Dust and soil spots are easily wiped off the shining surface. Now, please don't confuse Johnson's Glow Coat with any cheap, smeary polishes that act as dirt catchers. Johnson's Glow Coat sheds dirt and gives a brighter luster, longer wear. Look for Glow Coat in the attractive yellow can. Now, if you want to own a pair of the new Fibber and Molly spinning tops, send for them right away. This is the way to get these clever little tops without cost. Buy a can of Johnson's Glow Coat, pint size or larger. Lay a thin piece of paper over the face of the can and trace the words Johnson's Glow Coat. Send this tracing to Fibber and Molly in care of this station, and you'll receive free a pair of these clever little tops. One blue and one yellow, one picturing Fibber and the other Molly. This offer expires April 30th, so get busy with that tracing.
Hey, Molly, check room's going to be closed tomorrow. What'll we do?
Well, I've got to go get the tooth pulled, McGee.
Tooth pulled?
Yep.
What dentist you going to?
Dr. Goldberg.
Goldberg? Hey, tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day. Goldberg on St. Patrick's Day?
Why, sure. From tomorrow on, he can brag about his Irish extraction.
Good night.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best, when it comes to coffee, is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase & Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase & Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today, our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase & Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase & Sanborn, too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase and Sanborn coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The bakers of Weber's Bread present your all-star Western Theater.
Drifting along, singing a song under a western.
From Hollywood comes your all-star Western Theater, starring America's great Western singers, Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage. Our guest today is one of Hollywood's bright new stars, Miss Jean Rogers, with a story of the West written especially for her. My name is Cottonseed Clark, and here are the Riders of the Purple Sage.
There's an old prairie schooner wending its way over the Santa Fe Trail, with its captain and crew pushing on, going through over the Santa Fe Trail. Anchors away at each break of day. Old Captain Kidd never did it that way. There's an old prairie schooner wending its way over the Santa Fe Trail.
Pioneering 49ers sailed away in mighty liners over the sagebrush sea. Sailed away to far-off lands, to the rolling, burning sands, out on the lone prairie.
Over the Santa Fe Trail. Over the Santa Fe Trail. Anchors away at each break of day. Old Captain Kidd never did it that way. There's an old prairie schooner wending its way over the Santa Fe Trail.
We hear a lot about the romantic cowboys of the Old West, but little is said about the cowgirls who lived on the great cattle ranges. Yes, sir, the women had a lot to do with the winning of the Old West. While the men were installing law and order on the great frontiers, their women folk were making homes out of rough shacks and ranch buildings. Those women knew the value of good food for their men folks, just as do the women of today. That's why Weber's Bread is so popular, because Weber's Bread is good food, good bread. When a modern housewife buys a loaf of Weber's Bread, she knows she can depend on its goodness and quality. She knows that every single member of her entire family will enjoy the longer-lasting freshness and flavor of Weber's Bread. Buy a loaf of Weber's Bread tomorrow. You'll like it. The likes and dislikes of music lovers may differ, but the Western fan goes to the head of the class for enthusiasm. This next offering by the Riders of the Purple Sage is a song that continues to win the enthusiastic applause of everyone, even after 2 years of outstanding popularity. We know you will be pleased with their rendition of Oklahoma Hills.
Way down yonder in the Indian Nation, I rode my pony on a reservation in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born. Way down yonder in the Indian Nation, a cowboy's life is my occupation in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born.
Many months have come and gone since I wandered from my home in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born. But a page of life has turned and a lesson I have learned. In the Oklahoma Hills I still belong.
Way down yonder in the Indian Nation, I rode my pony on a reservation in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born. Way down yonder in the Indian Nation, a cowboy's life is my occupation in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born.
Now as I sit here today, many miles I am away from the place I rode my pony through the draw, where the oak and blackjack trees kiss the playful prairie breeze in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born.
Way down yonder in the Indian Nation, I rode my pony on a reservation in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born. Way down yonder in the Indian Nation, a cowboy's life is my occupation in the Oklahoma Hills where I was born.
Your All-Star Western Theater has a special treat in store for its listeners today as we welcome a personal appearance from the screen's fine actress and grand new star, Miss Jean Rogers. Although not of the Western screen, she likes the West and the people in it. She's our kind of folks. And here she is as Jane East in a story of the West entitled Miss East Goes West. Ladies and gentlemen, sweet and lovely Miss Jean Rogers. At the turn of the century, before fast automobiles, streamlined trains, and airplanes reduced the size of our continent from a neighborly point of view, people were quick to form opinions of others by the state or section of the country from which they came. In each instance where such opinions were formed, the populace of the person's own locale had an extremely high rating. Jane East anxiously wondered just how she would be accepted as her train slowly churned its way across the nation from her Boston home to a newly inherited world known as the Bar J.E. Ranch near the small cattle town of Star City, Texas.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is this seat taken?
No, it's quite all right.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. You going far?
Quite a distance. I'm going to Texas.
Well, now, that's mighty nice. I'm going there, too. I'm a rancher down there.
I suppose that's what you'd say I am.
Well, that's about the last thing I figured you for.
I'm really not. You see, my grandfather left the place to me more than a year ago.
Where is it located?
Near Star City.
I know right where it is. That's a prosperous cattle country.
It hasn't proven so for me. The ranch has been losing money the past year, so I'm going out to investigate.
Well, who runs the spread for you?
A cousin of mine. He's been a rancher all of his life.
Well, I reckon I've heard everything now. An Eastern are going out west to operate a ranch. What's your cousins and all the hands going to think about the idea?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. What they're going to think about the idea.
What's the idea, boss, of calling all of us together like this?
I got some news for you, men. Is everybody here?
Yeah?
Well, that new hand Hartman isn't around. Must have gone into Star City.
Oh, it isn't important to him anyhow.
You ain't going to tell us some more of our cattle are missing?
Worse than that as far as I'm concerned. You boys are going to have a new boss.
A new
what
boss?
are you talking about?
Now, as most of you know, when old Grandpa East died, he left the Bar J.E. layout to my cousin Jane from Boston. She got our last annual report showing losses for the year. She decided to come out and run things herself. She's due here on the Star City local tomorrow noon.
Well, what do you know about that? I'll declare. Well, look, Bob, now, it's all right, but she's a woman and she's an Easterner.
Yeah, you can't even understand how they talk.
Yeah, they always say cont and shant and
Yeah,
stuff
and
like
women
that.
don't know nothing. I quit.
Yeah, that goes for me, too. I ain't taking orders from nothing with a dress on, especially from Boston.
Now, fellas, take it easy. Let's hope it's not as bad as it sounds.
She better not be coming around my kitchen shack and telling me how to cook. I'll tell her off, I will.
Yeah. It might make things a little inconvenient for her if we decide... She might decide to go back home and let me run things if I can get this spread straightened out of the hole, see?
In other words, we give the old girl a full-grown dose of ranch
That's
life.
the idea.
That's what I call a right pert idea.
After all, I've worked hard to make a go of this place, haven't I, boys?
Yes, sir.
With all the cattle thieving that's been going on, there ain't nobody could do any better, could they?
Right.
Well, what does this cousin of yours look like, boss?
I've never seen her. I don't know anything about her.
More than likely some old nosy biddy in a hoop skirt.
Well, she better steer clear of my kitchen. Women ain't got no business on a ranch unless they're married to the boss, and then they're a dang nuisance.
Did I hear somebody say they're getting married?
No, Hartman. I was just going over some business with my regular hand.
Well, sorry, boss. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, on second thought, I've got a chore for you tomorrow.
Sure, what is it?
My cousin, a Miss Jane East from Boston, will arrive in Star City at noon. Take Baldy and meet the train.
Now, just a doggone minute there, boss. Leave Baldy out of this. I don't want no part of that old maid cousin of yours.
She won't bite, Baldy. And Hartman, you better take the new buckboard.
Okay, boss. Baldy will leave about 11. Good night, fellas.
Good night, sir.
And, boss, you don't seem to like this new hand much.
I don't like to get too friendly with a new man until I know who they are and what they are.
Well, he seems like an all right guy to me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We'll see how he works out.
Well, Baldy, the local ought to be coming around the bend most any minute now.
Oh, you can't tell about them trains. Sometimes they're on time, the next time they're late. I don't care if this one never shows up.
Oh, come on, Baldy. Maybe Miss Jane won't be as bad as you think.
If she wears a skirt, it ain't good, and I ought to know. I've been married 4 times.
I know what you mean. But here's hoping everything will work out all right between the two of you.
Well, now, that's right nice of you to sympathize with me like that.
I've been wanting to ask you, Baldy. Why is it the boss don't seem to like me?
Oh, Barton ain't much on strangers. After he gets to know you better, I think everything will be all right.
Well, I can't see what being a stranger has to do with it, as long as I do my work.
Well, there's been so much rustling going on the past year that he don't put much trust into nobody. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Baldy. Meeting the train?
Hi, Scotty. Yeah, meet the darn fool old woman from Boston. Yeah, laugh, you.
Here she comes, Baldy.
I was afraid of that. I'll tell you, Bill. I think I'll just wait in the buggy. You meet her by yourself.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not too keen on women folks myself.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm going to learn to like you.
I wonder what the old gal looks like.
Oh, she's probably got 3 chins and 2 stomachs.
Got what?
3 chins and 2 stomachs.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll soon know. She'll be getting off the train most any minute now.
Gosh, you know, these trains just scare me to death. Do you see her yet, Bill?
Well, I don't see anybody getting off but old man Jenkins and that pretty young woman there.
What's old man Jenkins doing with her?
Well, I don't believe he's with her. They just got off together.
Say, that pretty gal is heading this way.
Oh, I beg your pardon, but could you gentlemen direct me to the Bar J.E. Ranch?
Yes, ma'am. It's about 5 miles west of here on the... What did you say?
I want to know where the Bar J.E. Ranch is.
Well, you couldn't be Miss Jane East, could you?
I couldn't, I am.
Yoo-hoo! I'll bust my britches.
Is something wrong?
There sure is. I mean, well, you see, Miss Jane, we're from the Bar J.E., and we came to meet you. My name is Bill Hartman.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Hartman.
And my name is Loudermilk. Most folks just call me Baldy.
Well, how do you do, Baldy?
Just fine, thank you, ma'am. How do you do?
The buckboard is over here, Miss Jane. We'll take you right out.
Thank you.
I'll take your bags, Miss Jane. I don't want you to worry about nothing now. Hot ziggity doggone, this sure ain't what we expected.
You see, Miss Jane, I'm new at the ranch, so I can't rightly say how everything is.
Oh, I was just asking to make conversation. After all, you boys haven't said very much since we left the railroad station.
Well, I reckon it's because we didn't expect anybody, that is, anybody like you.
Is that so? Just what did you expect?
Well, someone with...
With 3 chins and 2 stomachs.
Yeah, 3 chins and 2 stomachs.
Yeah, I mean that.
Well, I hope I didn't disappoint you.
Oh, you sure didn't. Of course, Baldy here just naturally don't like women.
That is a lie. I like all women except them I've been married to. There ain't nobody that appreciates a good, pretty woman more than I do, and if you ask me, the rest of the boys are going to really be surprised when we get you home.
I'm sure we'll all get along splendidly, Baldy.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Miss Jane. And by the way, if you got any good recipes, I'd be mighty glad to cook something up for you. Hot diggity dog, will I churn up a mess of victuals for you.
I reckon we can look for Baldy to really put on the dog with his cooking now.
Well, I ain't one to brag, but you ain't going to see no bones under the skins of them cowhands I've been cooking for her.
Hey,
boss, here comes Bill and Baldy with her now.
All right, boys, be on your good manners.
All right, let's go. Come on in here. You going to kiss her, boss? You know she's your cousin.
All right, you Mavericks, let up now. No funny stuff.
Hey, she don't look so bad from here.
Hey, boss, you reckon they got the wrong person by mistake? Look at that. She's as pretty as a spotted guinea hen.
Well, from the looks of her, my kinfolks ain't so bad.
You're not kidding. Oh, here they are. Hey, boy, did you
well, boss, here she is.
Cousin Jane, this is mighty nice seeing you.
Hello, Bob.
Here, I'll help you down, Miss Jane.
Proud to have you.
Yeah, now, boys, take it easy.
Hello, boys. Now that I've met you, Bob, I know all my relatives.
Oh, Bill, put the team up.
All right, boss.
And, Baldy, you better get some food ready for Miss Jane.
Yes, sir, boss. I got a special meatloaf I'm going to have you try, Miss Jane. It's the best thing you've ever tasted. I'll have dinner in about an hour, boys.
Well, he was right about the food. The soup's the best he ever made.
It's delicious. He's awfully nice, too.
Here he comes with that meatloaf. Well, Baldy, it looks like I hit the nail on the head when I said we're going to put on the dog with your cooking.
Well, I'm afraid this is going to taste more like I cooked up the dog. Something went wrong.
He's just modest, Jane. Here you are, dear. Help yourself.
Thank you. Baldy's all right, and I think he's a good cook, too.
Oh, now, you don't have to say that, Miss Jane.
Well, I mean it.
Say, this meatloaf isn't half bad.
Hey, it tastes all right to me. Jim, where have you been? You're generally the first one at the table.
Been looking for spots. You know that fool dog's been missing more than an hour now.
Well, Jane, I suppose you'd like an accounting of the ranch activities?
Yes, Bob. You know that if we continue at a loss as we have done in the past, then something is going to have to be done about it.
Perhaps you have the answer. But operating at a profit is mighty hard when cattle thieves hit a herd as hard as they've hit ours.
But it's been going on for so long. Isn't there some way to put a stop to it?
Yeah, it's easier said than done.
Hasn't anything been done to combat the rustlers?
We've done everything we can. After all, I put my men against those killers. They wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, it happens that I value the lives of those boys more than I value your cattle.
I'll agree to that, but it seems to me that something can be done about it.
If you brought any ideas along from Boston, I'd like to hear them, Jane.
I'm afraid you're being sarcastic.
No, it isn't that. Look, Jane, when a dozen rustlers start towards your herd bent on killing everybody that tries to interfere, there's only one thing to do. Run for your life. Believe me, that's what my men have instructions to do. They're my friends.
But, Bob, it just doesn't make sense. Can't you hire gunmen to help fight them?
And do away with the men who's been with us so long? No, not me. If you want to make such a move, you'll have to take charge yourself. I'm afraid you've been reading too many Western stories, no doubt.
When was our cattle raided last?
About a week ago. We got 42 head of our best stock.
In dollars and cents, that's a lot of money. Who was tending herd at the time?
Why, I was riding herd myself. I always do whatever I ask my men to do.
Well, Bob, that's noble of you, but I'm going to take some action.
Huh? What do you intend doing?
Call all the boys together. First of all, we're going to have a little meeting. Now, boys, I've called you together to tell you that I'm going to hire another crew of men to tend herds. Wait a minute. Every one of you will continue to get your wages. No one is going to be discharged.
Jane, we can't afford that.
It's cheaper than losing our cattle.
But what's wrong with us doing the job, Miss Jane?
If any of you boys care to volunteer, you'll be accepted.
But, Jane, you can't ask these boys to fight against such odds.
I'm not asking them.
You can count me in on that, Miss Jane. I like the idea.
How long have you been here at the ranch, Bill?
Oh, about 6 weeks.
Now, how about the rest of you?
You can count me in, Miss Jane. I think we should have done this a long time ago.
Yeah, me too. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I do too.
Jane, I tell you, this is a mistake.
The boys are making their own choice, Bob. Jim, I'd like you and Bill to hire about 6 more men to help you. I want those cattle guarded day and night.
What's wrong with me hiring the men, Jane? After all, I'm running the place for you.
You said yourself, Bob, that you didn't want to take any part of asking the men to take such a responsibility. So I'm taking the responsibility of asking them myself.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Miss Jane, I think you're on the right track.
Me too. But for an Easterner who never saw a ranch before, where'd you get your ideas?
For the entire trip aboard the train from Boston, I sat next to a long, tall rancher from Texas. And believe me, when I arrived in Star City, I was a college graduate in ranching. Why, hello, Bill.
Howdy, Miss Jane.
What brings you here at this hour of the night?
I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes.
Sure. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down. What's on your mind?
Miss Jane, you've been here almost 6 weeks now. And since we put your plan into operation, not one attempt has been made at stealing your cattle.
I've thought of that. You know, I wonder if the cattle thieves have been warned that our herd is being well guarded.
That's what I've been thinking.
Then what do you have in mind?
I have a plan. I'll go over and talk with all of the men.
You send for me, Jane?
Yes, Bob, I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, what's on your mind?
The boys have been on the job constantly for many weeks now, and we've had no disturbance from rustlers.
Yeah, it looks as if they've let up on us for a spell.
I was thinking, since a large part of our stock is in the pens ready for shipment, suppose we have a couple of men guard the herd in the north section and let the other boys go to town. They need a little rest and recreation.
Jane, that's a right good idea. I'm sure it'll be safe. I'll tell the boys.
I've already told them. Bob and Jim volunteered to stay on the job.
Shouldn't you have told me before you took action?
I didn't think it was necessary. You weren't here, and the boys were anxious to get into town early.
Well, if you ask me, things in town are going to be mighty hot tonight. I may ride in and see they don't get into any trouble.
Splendid.
Yeah, then I'll leave right away, Jane. I want to stop by the Circle C and have a talk with John Casey about our next shipment. Then I'll join the boys in town.
You men have your orders, so I'd suggest that you ride in behind those rocks there and just wait.
But, Bill, what makes you think this herd's going to be hip tonight?
Just a fool notion, but a good one. The boss had to go into town on business, so Miss Jane put me in charge.
And it all sounds kind of crazy to me, hiding behind rocks when we're supposed to be in town having a good time.
It may be, but it won't hurt to try. Now, it's coming dark, and you men may have a long wait. So move on back there where you won't be seen. The way these cattle are bunched up in this notch, it'll be a cinch to trap anyone that makes a play for them. Jim and me will stay out in the open here.
Okay, Bill. I hope it works. Come on, boys. Let's get going.
Well, it's going on 11 o'clock and nothing's happened yet, Bill.
Yeah. We might be barking up the wrong tree. You ride over and see how the boys are doing.
All right, I'll be right back.
Jim, wait. Here comes someone.
Yeah, I see him.
Back behind this bush, quick.
All right.
All right, start reaching.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Miss Jane, what are you doing here?
Well, I hadn't heard from you in several hours, Bill, and I was getting worried about you.
Wasn't you worried about me, too, Miss Jane?
Well, yes, I mean that I was worried about all of you.
Oh.
Miss Jane, you better ride back to the ranch. If something does happen, this is no place for you.
I'll be all right. Where are the boys hiding?
Behind those rocks over there. If rustlers do show up, they'll come right past them, and we'll have them trapped in this notch.
Hey, Bill, look. Beyond that herd, there by the edge of the thicket.
Well, company has come.
That's them.
Miss Jane, move back in the thicket there. You're in danger out here.
I'll do no such thing.
I said get behind it, and I mean it. Now
you
get
can't
going.
tell me.
Come on, get.
Of all the nerve.
Now, don't make a move, Jim. They'll get as close to us as possible before they make their play.
Well, they've already passed the rocks.
Good. That puts them between us and the other men.
If they know they're trapped, they'll give in. Shall I give the boys a signal now?
Wait just a minute. Now, fire your gun.
What? All right. Okay, come on.
Come on, Jim. We've got them where we want them.
Let's go. Come on, I'm right with you. Come on.
All right, reach, all of you.
Get them up.
Now, pull off those bandanas. Come on, every one of you. Come on, pull them off.
Pull them off.
You two, partner, off with it. We want to see what you look like, too.
All right.
Come on, off with it.
Let's go.
It's the boss, Barton.
Well,
Hey.
what do you know?
Well, boss, looks like this is your bad night.
All right, Hartman. I give up.
We had to find you out the hard way, Bob.
You mean you suspected this, Jane?
For quite a while now.
When your grandfather left the bar J.E. to Miss Jane instead of you figured you'd steal what you didn't inherit.
I might have known you had a hand in this, Hartman. I haven't trusted you since the day I hired you.
You're a fine one to speak of trust.
All right, boys, take him into town and lock him up until morning.
Okay,
Tell the sheriff I'll be by and take him to headquarters.
Good.
And what do you mean by headquarters?
This.
Well, bust my buttons, Bill. You're a ranger.
That's right. I've been working toward this rustling band for a long time. And when I hired out as a hand on the bar J.E., I hit the nail right on the head. Well, Miss Jane, I hope you have a lot of luck with your ranch now.
I'd feel a lot better if I had you as a foreman.
There's nothing I'd like better except,
Except being a ranger.
well, that wasn't what I was thinking. But we'll let that do for the time being.
I'm going to miss you.
Do you really mean it?
More than anything.
In that case, I've got to send a telegram to headquarters.
What do you mean?
I think I'd rather be your, foreman.
Thank you, Miss Jean Rogers, for your appearance on the All-Star Western Theater. Friends and neighbors, our guest star and the Riders of the Purple Sage will return in a moment.
Way out west, where men were men and women were pretty handy with shooting irons, too, is one way of adding a new twist to an old saying. If anyone doesn't believe that statement, they'd better look up the record of the famous Annie Oakley, for one. Young women of the West knew how to handle horses and guns and could run a cattle ranch as well as the next. They stood behind their men folks, just as do the modern women of today. Yes, today, mothers and wives and sweethearts make sure that hungry appetites are satisfied by using Weber's bread for every meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner, or in-between snacks. You, too, will find that Weber's firm, even texture and delicious flavor will satisfy your men folks' appetite. So, buy a loaf of Weber's bread tomorrow.
And now, friends and neighbors, here is Foy Willing with our guest star, Miss Jean Rogers.
Miss Rogers, we want you to know that we're all mighty happy that you took the time to visit with us today.
It's a real pleasure, Foy, and I hope you and the boys will invite me again sometime real soon.
And that will be something for us to look forward to.
Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise to me.
Well, if I can get Jimmy Dean and Al Sloey to stop looking at you and into the microphone, we'll do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked the boys to sing a favorite new song of yours and mine. Although it isn't classed as a Western song, it has the same simple sincerity that makes Western music so very popular this day and time. I'm sure you'll enjoy the Riders of the Purple Sage singing, To Each His Own.
Kissed on two more to be kissed, or they'll never know what love can do. To each his own, I found my own, one and only you. They'll never know what love can do. To each his own, I found my own, one and only you. Drifting along, singing a song under a western moon.
From Hollywood, you've heard your all-star Western theater, a V.M. Bear production starring Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage. Our guest star for today has been that popular star of the screen, Miss Jean Rogers. My name is Cottonseed Clark. Miss Rogers has been currently starred in the Paramount production Hot Cargo with William Gargan and Philip Reed and Republic's Gay Blades. The Riders of the Purple Sage may be seen in Republic's all-color Western, Out California Way.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Dodge City and the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
Clay Richards.
Clay Richards.
Age 31. Height 6 feet. Eyes brown. Hair red.
Eyes brown, hair red. Hey, how'd you like me to print his picture on these notices? I got a woodcut. Well, let me show you. Ernie!
Yeah?
Fetch your marshal a copy of that front page. Interviewing Clay's wife yesterday, I noticed a tintype on the mantel, their wedding photograph. So, first thing you know, I snitched it.
It's very thoughtful.
Yeah, I'll take it, Ernie.
Here.
And then I propped it up in front of me and carved me this woodcut. Ain't she prime? Ain't she just elegant?
Real elegant.
Good likeness, don't you think? Of course, he was 7 or 8 years younger with the tintype.
Yeah, it's a good likeness.
That's his hair sort of.
Doesn't show what makes a law-abiding man like him try to rob a bank. Doesn't look like a man who murdered an old cashier and a Chinese cook who just happened to be
Sure
there.
sweated over it, though.
But it's a good likeness.
Yes, sir, it is. A picture like this sure dresses up the front page, don't it?
Yeah, it's a little masterpiece, Mr. Hightower. A notable contribution to the culture of Dodge City.
Well, thank you, Marshal. Does fetch the eye, don't it? I'm printing an extra 500 copies of the weekly, and I bet I sell them all. Too bad the cashier's shot went wild. If he'd managed to kill Clay or even wing him, why, I bet I could sell 1,000 extra copies.
We must be thankful for the blessings we do receive, Mr. Hightower.
Oh, I am, Marshal, I am. Why, just before it happened yesterday afternoon, I didn't know what I was going to fill my columns with, and then, like manna from heaven, 2 murders and a bank robbery.
Attempted bank robbery, Mr. Hightower. He turned and ran before he got his hands on so much as $1.
Yes.
Still, as you say, like manna.
Dillon,
I'm talking business. What is it, Chester?
Well, it can wait, I guess, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, print Clay's picture on those notices, Mr. Hightower. Now, where were we?
Eyes brown, hair red.
Oh, yes. Also known as Red, Bricktop, and Sorrel. He didn't answer to no other nicknames, did he?
No, that's what they called him.
All right, then in big letters, $400 reward. Dead or alive. And at the bottom, apply Matt Dillon, Marshal, Dodge City. Print 200 copies. How soon can I send Chester over for him?
This afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Hightower. Chester.
Think those posters will do any good? Richards is probably over the line into Oklahoma or Colorado by now. That strawberry roan of his is the fastest in the county.
He has no money. He panicked and ran out of the bank before he got a penny. I think he'll try to get help from his wife or brother or a friend the first chance he has, maybe tonight. I say he's around here somewhere. I'm sorry I turned on you like that, Chester.
Why, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. Out all night with a posse, no sleep, man's bound to get touchy.
No, it's not that. It's the way... It's the way people use a thing like this. The men riding posse last night, they enjoyed it as though they were hunting fox or possum. Hightower back there, he acts like it was a birthday treat, specially gotten up for him. Everybody finds a way to use it. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Oh, I got a kid, a little boy, locked up in the cell. Run away from home, back in Cottonwood. Ed Slade turned him over to me when he come through on the stagecoach just now. Kid about 12 years old.
Whose is he?
Widow woman, Miss Bonnie. She runs a boarding house in Cottonwood. Ed says kid's always running away a little while, I guess. He flagged Ed for a ride on the road halfway between there and here. Soon as Ed seen him stand there with his bundle on his shoulder, he knowed what he was up to. So he told the kid he'd help him and then turn him over to us when he got here.
All right, we'll send a telegram to the mother to come fetch him. Well, come on in, Chester, and shut the door.
Mr. Dillon?
You're letting in every horse fly in Kansas.
Mr. Dillon, I think you better cancel the order for them notices.
What?
The Dutchman's coming up the street, and he's leading a strawberry roan, and Clay Richards is draped across his back.
Like a sack of wheat across the saddle. Last time I saw him, 2 days ago, he was standing at the bar laughing his head off. A sack of wheat across the saddle. And followed by half the saloon bums and loafers in town. All right, Chester, make him keep back.
All right, now stand back, you fellas. Come on now, back. Stand back.
Ziegler? How'd it happen, Ziegler?
My goat, my old billy goat, he pushes open the fence last night and runs away.
Forget your goat. What about Clay?
Yeah, I tell you. This morning I go to look for a goat. I walk here, there. From near the river, I see Clay. He sits there. I say, hello, Clay. Wie geht's?
You dirty Dutchman. You know the dog. Clay was your best friend. He helped you buy your farm, so you killed him for your
All right, all of you. Take back, everybody.
Clay? Me? No, my brother, he was like... We was in the war together. Peter, listen.
You killed him for the war.
Not so. I killed nobody. Not since Gettysburg. Clay is dead already when I find him. I don't even own a pistol.
Ziegler, inside, quick.
Yeah.
Chester, give me a hand with Clay.
All right, all of you. Listen up. Shut up!
I will not tolerate a disturbance. You know me. I got him, Chester. Take his leg. All right, kick the door shut.
Marshal, I don't kill Clay.
On this table, Chester. What'd you do with Clay's gun? His holster's empty.
Gun? Clay's? I ain't got it. I don't even own one.
Chester, see if it slipped out.
His holster was empty coming up the street. First thing I noticed. Maybe it's over on the...
Another customer? Why, that's 3 in less than a day. Oh, bountiful harvest. My fees this month will keep me in luxury. In luxury.
Doc, I want to have an inquest as soon as possible.
Well, as soon as I finish the autopsy, shouldn't take long with the practice I've had this week, huh? No. Late afternoon all right with you? I'll take him up to my office right now. No, thank you, Chester. I can carry him all by myself here. You just open the door there like a good fella and... Yeah, Marshal, tell the city fathers I'd like to make a deal when the corpses are as famous as this one. Back in 53 in San Francisco, a fellow I knew earned a fortune exhibiting the head of Joaquin Murrieta. Tell them if they'll let me keep the remains, I'll do the autopsies for nothing.
Shut the door, Chester. Ziegler, where is it you met Clay on the river?
By the fort. This side by the fort.
Ride out there, Chester, and see if you can find Clay's gun. Maybe he dropped it when he was shot.
I did not shoot Clay.
Sure.
I did not. I had no reason to. I did not.
Now, you listen to me. Maybe you think Dodge has got so big I don't know about everything that goes on here. Well, if you do, you're wrong. If you think I don't know about the bank having an overdue mortgage on your farm, you're wrong. $400 is reason enough for a struggling farmer like you.
No. Could not do such a thing. I am a human being.
To a peace officer, Ziegler, that's enough grounds for suspicion. But whether you did it or not will be decided at your trial. In the meantime, you just stop yammering about it.
Trial? Me?
Even when I shoot somebody, I stand trial. If they find it's justifiable homicide, and they probably will, Clay being a wanted man, then they'll let you off. And if not...
Please, I am permitted to go now.
Go. Are you crazy?
I found this stock. I must look after it.
You sit right down. You want to be lynched? You're trying to get yourself murdered? Have you forgotten about Clay's brother, Adam?
Adam would not believe I shot him.
What difference does it make whether he believes it or not? His brother's been killed. Everybody's looking to him to do something about it, and he knows it. You want me to guess where he is right this minute? He's in one of them saloons lapping up courage to come in here and ask me to give you to him for a present. You want to know who's with him? Ever loafer, ever bum, ever slob in town. Slapping him on the back and telling him what a shame it is. Taking him on to kill you so that they can have some excitement and some fun. Well, maybe you deserve killing, but it's my job to uphold the law, and I'm not letting you out of here.
What? I tell
You might spend your time trying to think up a better story. That is, if you intend to stay in this town. All right, now think back. Didn't Clay go for his gun before you shot him?
I tell you, I didn't. If I'm not under arrest, you have no right to keep me here. I got to look after my farm. I go.
All right, Chester, lock him up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Come on now, Ziegler. Step out, Sonny. This cage is bespoke.
Who's in there, Chester?
That little old runaway from Cottonwood?
Oh. Yeah, come over here, son. Come over here to me.
I know who you are.
You do you?
You bet. You're Matt Dillon.
I'm guilty.
I knowed you right off. You was pointed out to me one day back home. Filler says you was the fastest gun thrower in Kansas.
Wyatt Earp wouldn't be awful interested to hear that, I'm afraid.
Filler says you was faster than Older. Faster than Wild Bill Hickok in Hayes City and Bat Masterson or any of them. How many fellas have you killed?
You don't keep score, son. It's something you try to forget.
Not me. Someday I'll be famous like you, and for every filler I kill, I'll put a notch on my gun. People see those notches, and They'll know they better not try.
Why'd you run away from home, Bub? Don't you know your mother's likely to worry about you?
Oh, she won't worry. She's too busy working. You ain't gonna make me go back, are you? You wouldn't do that, would you?
Well...
Because it wouldn't stop me for long. I'd only run away again.
Oh, where are you off to in such a sweat?
Oh, Texas, California, Mexico. No one can accomplish things there, not like living in old Cottonwood. If you let me go, someday when I'm famous, you can tell people you helped get me started.
Well, that's a pretty strong inducement. I'll have to think about it for a while. And, look, while I'm making up my mind, I want you to give me your word. The word of a man who'll be famous someday that he won't try to run away from me. Otherwise, I'll have to have Chester lock you up again.
Oh, I'll shake on that.
Good. Chester, I want you to go look for Clay's gun.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And on the way, stop off and send that telegram. You know?
Hmm? Oh, that telegram. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's Ziegler?
It's all right, Chester. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's that murdering dog? Oh, there you are. You
Not a single step further, Adam.
I want him, Dillon. He murdered Clay, shot him down without giving him a chance.
How do you know?
Because Clay wouldn't have let anyone catch him off guard except a friend. A friend. And now, Dillon, give me that Dutchman.
Try to take him.
Just like that?
It's like that.
And it's true what the fellas say. You made a deal with the Dutchman to give him the reward and to protect him if he'd kill Clay for you.
That was the deal, was it?
Yeah.
The fellas say why I'd make such a deal?
Dillon, it ain't no longer a secret around town that you and Francie want each other. But Clay was in the way. You had him killed so you could get his wife. Do you deny it?
No. It'll serve as well as any other crazy story. It'll work you up.
You think you're safe behind that star, don't you? Well, Clay had friends, lots of them. I'm coming back with them friends, and we'll get the Dutchman and you and anyone else who tries to stop us.
All right, Adam. I'll be waiting.
Yeah. You wait.
I almost seen something pretty just then, didn't I, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, almost. About another pint of whiskey ought to do it. Son?
You say something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, open that drawer in front of you there. You'll find a small bottle of oil in there. No, one to the right there. Yeah, that's it. Now, bring a little brush, too, huh?
Here it is.
Thanks, Bub.
It's a right nice gun you have.
Yeah, it's not bad, but a little stiff. Just a little stiff.
Don't it have a trigger? I never seen no gun without a trigger before.
Oh, you remove the trigger or tie it back against the guard. And all you have to do is thumb a hammer. Yeah, like that. It's faster. Yeah, that's better now.
Remove the trigger. I'll remember that.
What in the world for?
Well, I remember everything you told me. About the Texas holster and the spring holster and the double roll and filing off the sight.
It's just me, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any luck, Chester?
No, sir, not any. I went to the store first and asked Mr. Denton what kind of ammunition Clay Richards used to buy, and he told me Clay had a double-action .44. I scoured that riverbank a half mile each way from the ford, and not a sign of it.
Yeah.
I got that telegram off. You know who ought to be here pretty soon. It's only 7-8 miles from...
Is that a fire in town?
Funeral services for Mr. Grinnell, the cashier.
So soon?
It's awful hot weather.
Yeah. Any of your guns need oiling, Chester?
I don't think so.
You sure? When Adam left, he said he'd be coming back with some friends.
I know. I stopped at the Oliver Ganta just now to rinse out my mouth. Adam was there talking mighty ugly and mighty big. He's got a sizable following.
When do you think?
Any minute now, Mr. Dillon. Want me to take Bob out of here to one of the hotels, maybe?
I want to see
No,
it.
I think you'll be safer here, Chester, behind stone walls and dodging about the streets rubbernecking.
You keep your head down, Sonny. You hear? There's a...
Matt, I gotta talk to you.
She ought to be in mourning. If she cared for Clay at all anymore, she ought to be in black.
Matt.
Oh, Lord, I find her more beautiful all the time.
Matt, have you heard what they're saying?
What are they saying, Francie?
That you and me, that you made Pete Ziegler kill him because of...
I'm sorry that got back to you, Francie.
It's all over Dodge. Adam almost strangled me before they dragged him off.
Francie, I didn't shoot Clay. Francie, I beg you, believe me.
Shut up, Ziegler.
Shut
Shut up or I'll club you to death.
Francie is just one of those crazy stories. They needed one and they made one up.
But, Matt, everyone believes it. On my way down here, people were pointing, whispering. Old women clucking their tongues at me. They believe it.
They'll forget it as soon as this is over. They'll remember that even if we once did go with each other, it was finished and done with even before the war ended, before you even met Clay.
No, they won't forget it. For the rest of my life, as long as I stay here.
Hold it a minute, Francie. Yeah, Doc, what is it?
Oh, am I interrupted?
What is it, Doc?
Topsy's finished. I examined his liver and lights, his...
This is Mrs. Richards, Doc.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. I'm sure I meant no disrespect for the departed.
Well,
Clay was shot all right, but from the nature of the wound and the coagulation of the blood, I'd say it happened sometime yesterday. I'd say the cashier's bullet didn't go wild after all.
how could a dead man gallop away?
Well, the wound wasn't what killed Clay. The ball hit the rib case and it bounced off. 22 caliber it was. What did kill him was the stab in the back, right through the spine. Inflicted sometime this morning. Now, near as I can judge, by a small blade, 2 or 3 inches long. It could have been a Barlow knife.
Thanks, Doc.
Please accept my condolences, Mr. Richard. You call the inquest anytime you're ready, Marshal.
Chester, close the door.
You see, I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
All right,
I told
then you
that
stabbed him, maybe. You said you never carried a gun.
Look, Francie, go home and give matters a chance to simmer
Matt,
down.
I was going to ask you for something.
Yeah?
Turn Pete Ziegler out into the street.
What? Francie, they're itching to get their hands on him.
Let him have him. It'll prove that story's a lie, that you didn't make a deal with him. Please, Matt, I have to live here. Clear me, I have to live here. Matt? Matt. Don't look at me like that.
Go home, Francie. Go home or leave town or hang yourself or anything you like. Just go away. Away! Right now.
I bought me a bottle at the Alfregans, Mr. Dillon. Would you care for a drink?
No.
Guess the funeral's over.
There'll be others.
Funny. No, I missed that bell. Awful quiet, ain't it? It's just
Just about on schedule. Are you ready, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I use a shotgun if I were you. It's more effective when there's a mob to be dealt with.
Oh, yes, sir, I aim to.
Ziegler, and you too, son. If trouble starts, lie down flat on the floor and keep your head down all the time. Don't gawk to see what's happening. You understand me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Dylan! Come on, Dylan!
Chester, I want you to stand here in the doorway after I go out, where you can cover the back door and me at the same time.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Open the door.
Come on now. It's my duty to warn all of you that you're in the breach of the peace. I've sworn to uphold the law. I've killed men in order to do it, and I'm prepared to do so again. Give us a Dutchman, Dylan. Men! I ask you to be sensible and to leave quietly. But if you refuse to listen to reason, if you insist upon being fools, if you've already decided to act like wolves instead of humans, then there's nothing I can say to make you change your minds. All right, you want Peter Ziegler? Well, he's not more than 20 feet behind me, so come on and get him, any of you. One at a time or all at once. Come on. Which one of you wants to die first? You? You? You, Adam? Well, what do you say, Adam? let him. You let him here. Don't let this star on my coat stop you. Come on. There, I'm not wearing it now. Well, come on, draw at him. Draw.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Get his gun.
Man alive, I couldn't even see your hand move.
Marshal! Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell
Doc,
me.
you make one single funny remark and I'll knock you down. You just take him to your office and get to work.
Well, I never do mean to offend, Marshal. In my line of work, well, bodies, they're just so much lumber.
Make all the jokes about him you please, but not to me and not in my hearing. In my line of work, there's nothing humorous about death. Give him a hand, Chester.
No, I can handle it, Marshal. Thank you. Thank you. Just the same.
Can you direct me to the marshal's office?
Yes, ma'am, right here. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Well, I left Cottonwood as soon as I got your telegram. I'm Miss Bonnie. Where's my boy?
Oh, we have him, ma'am, safe and sound. Here, let me help you down. Hitch that horse, Chester. Right this way, Mary.
Oh, I'm so sorry he put you to all that trouble, Marshal. The truth of the matter is he's a wild one and no mistake. Takes after his father, one scrape after another.
He was no trouble at all. I enjoy children. I like to have them around. Bob? Bob, your ma's here. Son? Chester, where's the boy? Did you let him slip past you?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. He never got past me. Look, the back door's open.
He seen me and he hightailed it, the devil.
We'll round him up for you, ma'am. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't know why I bother hauling him back. If he's run away once, he's run away 1,000 times. This time he ran because I wouldn't buy him a gun. He wanted a real one. That boy's just gun crazy, I swear. I got him a nice Barlow knife instead.
Barlow
I
knife?
reckon it didn't signify, and off he runs.
Barlow knife?
A kid. Chester, find that kid.
Marshal, has he done something bad with it? I told him to use it careful. He promised he'd use it careful.
No, never mind, Chester. He's got Clay's strawberry roan. We'd never catch up to him.
Oh, I try to bring him up right. I tell him to be good, but he don't listen. He just don't listen.
Now, calm yourself, ma'am. Just calm yourself.
Here's his little bundle, Mr. Dillon.
What? Yeah, give it to me. That's pretty heavy. Here, you're better at knots than I am. Open it, will you?
The moment he was born, he's been nothing but tribulation to me.
Now, please, ma'am. What's he got in it, Chester?
Shirt, stockings, piece of sausage, and this.
44 double action.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. That's Clay's gun. Sonny didn't manage to keep it long, did he?
Well, if he wants a gun that bad, he's bound to get hold of another one somewhere, somehow. Chester, call Mr. Hightower over.
Hey! Hey, Mr. Hightower! Oh. Come on over. Mr. Dillon wants you.
Marshal, could I have please a drink of water?
What? Oh, Ziegler, I forgot all about you. Chester, where are the keys?
Yeah, right there on the desk.
Oh. There we are. It'll be safe for you to go home now.
I can go back by the farm.
Yeah, that's right. I'll send for you for the trial.
Oh, danke schön. Danke schön.
Watch where you're going, you dumb...
Excuse me. Bitte.
Yes, Marshal.
Mr. Hightower, it appears that we can do business after all. Get some paper and a pencil. I want some notices printed.
Fire away.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
What's the boy's name?
Bonnie. William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
Age 12. Height about 5 feet. Hair light, eyes blue. I don't suppose he's known by any other name.
I know. Everybody just called him Billy. Or the Kid.
Also known as Billy. The Kid.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Walter Newman, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Don Diamond, Parley Bear, Harry Bartell, and Howard McNear, with Richard Beals, Paul Dubov, Georgia Ellis, and Mary Lansing. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Mother, next time you're choosing a cereal, remember, new Post Bran Flakes give your family all the important keep regular benefits of bran in a cereal with a delicious new magic oven flavor. Insist on Post Bran Flakes, the cereal preferred and eaten by far more people than any other bran flakes. They're wonderful for breakfast, lunch, or in-between meals. So get Post Bran Flakes this weekend. They're good, and so good for you.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A store clerk has been murdered, shot to death in a robbery. The holdup man is described as tall, well-dressed. He escapes in a taxicab. Your job, get him.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference. In Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
Fatimas cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Friday, August 17th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Walker. My name's Friday. It was 8:35 p.m. when we got to the Church of St. Damien, the vestibule.
That must be her playing the organ.
Yeah, I don't see any stairs. Wonder how you get up there to the loft.
Looks like that might be the sexton over there.
Well, let's ask her.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah?
We're looking for an Ernestine Matthews. Understand she's the organist here at the church.
Well, that's her playing up there now, playing over a few pieces for Sunday.
Could you tell us how to get up to the choir, officer?
Surely, through that door over there. Follow the stairway straight up. Can't miss.
Thank you.
Sure has been a long time.
Yeah, what's that?
Climbing stairs to a choir loft. Sang a lot in church when I was a kid. Boy soprano.
All right.
They finally threw me out. Boys team.
Yes, did you want something?
Are you Mrs. Ernestine Matthews?
Yes, did you come about the new choir book?
No, ma'am. Police officers.
Oh, can I help you?
It's about your husband, Miss Matthews.
Bert, what about him? Has Bert done something?
He was hurt, ma'am.
Well, I don't understand. Bert's working at the store. What do you mean he was hurt?
There was a holdup.
Dear God, my husband. Was he hurt bad?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is he? I've got to go to him. Is he in pain?
No, ma'am.
What are you trying to say? Dear God, tell me the truth. Which hospital is he in?
They took him to Georgia Street. They helped him all they could.
You're not trying to tell me Bert's dead? You're not trying to tell me that, are you?
I'm sorry, ma'am. In the past 16 days, 7 armed robberies had been committed, apparently by the same man. The suspect was described by victims as tall, heavily built, and very nervous. He was armed. It's cold logic that every suspect who's armed in the commission of a robbery is a potential killer. It's a fact that's been proved 100 times over. The man we were after had proven it again. We had used every means at our disposal to identify him, through the stats office, the record bureau, latent fingerprints, through informants and witnesses. We'd gotten out an APB on him containing his description and his method of operation. We'd maintained stakeouts. We hadn't reached him in time. Early that evening, a downtown grocery store had been held up. One of the clerks, 31-year-old Bert Matthews, failed to empty the cash register quickly enough, and the bandit shot him 3 times through the chest. He died almost instantly, and the hold-up man escaped. There was only one witness, another clerk who had been on duty in the store with Matthews at the time of the hold-up. His name was Jess Tallman. He was brought to the city hall, where we questioned him further.
Did you see Bert's wife? Does she know?
Yeah, we dropped off at the church on the way in. Drove her to her sister's place.
Still can't get it through my head. One minute I was talking to Bert, next minute he was dead. It's kind of hard to take, you know.
I'd like to go over that description of the hold-up man. You were pretty upset out there at the store. Do you feel up to it now?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, now you just take it easy. Tell us everything you remember and take all the time you need.
Well, I know he was a big guy. Over 6 foot anyway, I'm sure of that. He had a good build, too. Wasn't skinny.
How about his face, Jess? Did you get a good look at it?
Yeah, I did. It was thin, and he kept working it around, you know, twitching like a guy who was plenty nervous.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell us anything else about it?
He was young, about 21, I'd say. Had dark color eyes. That's about all I'd swear to, Sergeant. He had a hat on, I know that.
Mm-hmm. How about the rest of his clothing?
I wouldn't be sure about it. Could have been a gray coat, blue coat, I don't know. I wouldn't want to give you a bum steer.
Did you get a look at the gun?
I couldn't miss that. It was a big one. It wasn't shiny. It was kind of dark blue color. I can see the guy now walking in the store and pointing it at Bert.
What time was that again, Jess, when the bandits showed up?
Just about 7:30. Bert was behind the counter. I was in the back stacking the shelves. The guy just walked in, pointed the gun, said, "Give me the dough." I heard him say that.
Mm-hmm.
Bert was kind of surprised. He just stood there for a minute, and the guy said, "Hurry up, give me the dough." And Bert said, "Okay, you can have everything." He reached to get the dough from the cash register. That's when the guy did it. He hit Bert right in the chest.
What happened then?
Bert moaned a little and fell down on the floor. I got so mad I started running for the guy, but he swung around at me with a gun and said, "Stay where you are."
Yeah.
I didn't want to get killed. I stopped. You can't blame me for that, can you?
Did you follow the man when he left?
Well, you see, he backed out of the store, and when he got to the sidewalk, he jammed the gun in his pocket and ran down the street. I ran out after him, saw him jump in a taxi cab and take off.
Did you get the cab's number?
Well, he was too far away for that, at least halfway down the block. I know somebody else must have been driving it, though.
How do you know that?
The cab was already moving when the hold-up guy jumped in and got in the front seat.
How do you know it was the front seat and not the back?
The way those cab doors open, you know. Front doors swing out to the left, back ones swing out to the right.
That ties in, Joe. Used the same MO on those hold-ups last week.
Yeah. You got anything else to add, Jess? Anything you think we ought to know?
It's about the size of it, Sergeant. You don't think I'm yellow, do you?
Well, how do you mean?
I mean, because I stopped when he pointed the gun at me. Guess I should have grabbed him, but that gun looked as big as a cannon. Let's face it, I'm not that much of a hero.
Well, I'll put in with you, Jess.
Huh?
Neither am I. Along with a team of men from Homicide Detail, we continued our investigation of the holdup and killing. Ballistics reported that the slugs taken from the body of Bert Matthews had possibly been fired from a .38 caliber Colt revolver. The slugs were in good condition for identification. All the possible suspects picked from the mug books by the victims had been checked out. All of them had been cleared. Fingerprints left by the bandit at the scene of his latest crime were checked out. No make. We tried to check the taxi cab used in the escape. We got nowhere. The morning after the Matthews killing, we got a call from Sheriff's Homicide. We went across the street and checked with Inspector Bowers.
Either one of you remember that case about 6 months ago, the Harry Solomon killing?
Oh, yeah, Inspector. It's pretty vague right now. Your men handled it, a county case?
Yeah. Let me lay it out for you. It's just possible it might tie in with that killing you fellas had last night.
And what's the angle?
Harry Solomon was a taxi cab driver. The night of February 26th, somebody saw him pick up a fare at Sunset and Highland about 10:30 p.m. That's the last time he was seen alive.
Yeah, I think I remember.
The next morning, we found Solomon's body in a ditch out in the valley. 238 slugs in his head. Found his cab a few yards up the road, abandoned.
Killer used a 38, same kind of gun used on last night's job.
Here's something else that ties in.
Yes?
A description of the passenger Solomon picked up at Sunset and Highland the night he was murdered. The last fare he ever handled.
Mm-hmm. White male American. Over 6 feet tall, heavy build. Age, 20, 21, dark eyes. Had a dark suit on and a hat.
Matches up all the way down the line.
You had a robbery motive figured on the Solomon killing, didn't you?
That's right. Except for a $5 bill hidden in his wallet, Solomon didn't have a penny of his receipts for the night. Might have been another reason behind the killing besides that.
Yeah?
It's just barely possible Solomon might have known the hold-up man, the guy who killed him.
How do you figure?
Solomon had been a cabbie for 14 years before he was murdered. From this hold-up man's M.O., using cabs for a getaway car, it's possible he might have been a cab driver at some time or other.
You mean if the killer got in the cab and thought Solomon recognized him, was suspicious of him?
That's right. Could have been reason enough for him to kill Solomon. I know there's a lot of coulds and ifs and maybes in it, but I thought you might be interested.
Well, we'll check it out first thing. How are your men coming on the Solomon case?
Progress is pretty slow.
Well, we'll keep you posted on anything new.
Fine. If we can help, let me know.
Right. Bye. 2 sets of 38 slugs.
What do you think?
Let's ask the crime lab. We put in a request to Russ Camp and Ballistics to check the 38 slugs found in taxi driver Solomon's body against those found in the body of grocery clerk Bert Matthews. Then we contacted the special agent at the taxi cab company. We asked them for pictures of all their drivers employed by the company during the past year who were 6 feet in height or over. He told us that they'd have a file ready for us the following morning. We drove back to the office and checked in with Russ Camp at the crime lab. He was examining the 38 slugs under the comparison light.
Just a few more minutes, fellas. Have a chair.
Yeah, all right.
Not much luck so far. Well. No. Yeah. Well, that's it.
Yeah?
No make. These slugs come from 2 different guns.
That night, 2 more armed robberies were committed. One at a liquor store, the other at a cafe. In both cases, the hold-up man escaped in a taxi cab. The description of the man who robbed the liquor store matched that of the bandit who shot and killed Bert Matthews. The big switch came when we checked the cafe hold-up. There, the victims described the suspect as short and fat with dark blonde hair. He had a deep scar on his chin. During the robbery, this suspect had become so nervous that he dropped his gun, but he'd succeeded in getting outside and escaping in a taxi cab before he could be apprehended. The gun was taken back to latent fingerprints and checked. It was clean. Russ Camp checked it through ballistics.
Some days are like this, fellas.
What do you mean?
That cab driver Solomon was shot with a 38.
Yeah?
Bert Matthews was shot with a 38. A different one, though.
Mm-hmm.
This gun the bandit dropped tonight, it's a 38, too.
Yeah, we know that. What are you getting at?
It doesn't match either case.
The next morning, we started working one of the few leads we had left. We drove down to the taxi cab company and collected the pictures of all the drivers that they employed during the past year who were 6 feet in height or over. There were 87 of them. We started checking them out. It's what the working detective calls legwork. It's slow and it's tedious, and you're not sure it's going to amount to anything even by the time you finish. 2 nights later, the taxi cab bandit hit again. His first repeater. A restaurant in South Figueroa. He'd robbed the same place less than 3 weeks before. Ben and I interviewed the manager, a Mr. Cavallo.
Telling you, Sergeant, I can't take any more of it. Twice in 1 month.
Yes, sir. Could we talk back there in one of the booths?
Oh, yeah. Come on.
You got a good look at the man, did you, Mr. Cavallo?
2 feet from him. Memorized his face from the first time. It's no joke, you know. So I have no time for the customers. I'm too busy opening the cash box for that thief. Here, sit down.
Thanks.
Well, and you're positive it's the same man who robbed you before. There's no question there, huh?
None, I'm positive.
And he used the same M.O., too.
Yeah, sure. M.O.? What's that?
Oh, excuse me. I mean, he used the same approach, the same method of operation.
Everything was the same. The man, the gun, the taxi cab, everything.
You didn't get the number of the cab.
I looked for it. I didn't see any. Must cover it up some way.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got some pictures here, Mr. Cavallo. I'd like to have you look at them. Just tell us if you recognize any of them.
Well, I won't do any good. I already did that. They showed me pictures the last time.
This is a different lot, sir.
Oh, all right. Quite a few of them, huh?
I'd like to have you check each one of them carefully. If you would, just take your time.
Yeah, we can't sit here without coffee. Natalie!
Well, I wouldn't...
Natalie!
I don't care for anything.
Yeah, don't be silly. You can't work without eating. Natalie!
Yeah.
Coffee, 3 cups.
Okay.
And now, where do I start?
Well, these right here, if you'd just check these over, please.
Uh-huh. No, not him. Not him either.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's hot. No, not that one. No. Is that all?
No, have some more here.
Oh. Hey, that's an ugly-looking guy, huh? Look at that scar.
You look familiar?
No.
Better check with the skipper when we're finished here.
Yeah, it's been a couple hours, hasn't it?
That lousy, no-good thief.
Sir?
Right here, this one. That's the guy.
You sure?
I opened my cash box twice for him. I'd know his face in a million.
Morris Copley, age 21. Description matches. Let's go, Ben.
Thanks, Mr. Cavallo.
It's only 40 minutes since the robbery. He's probably not even home yet. What can you do?
We'll wait up. 10:30 p.m. We parked down the street from 527 Dayton Avenue, a 2-story white stucco apartment house. We checked the names on the mailboxes. Morris Copley's wasn't on any of them. We rang for the manager.
Copley? Morris Copley, no. He doesn't live here. Never heard of him.
I wonder if you'd take a look at this, man.
This picture, ma'am. You ever seen this man before?
Well, let me get over here in the light. Let me see now. No, he doesn't live here.
And you've never seen him before?
No, I didn't say that. I just said he doesn't live here.
And you have seen him before?
I believe I might have, yes. Matter of fact, I'm sure of it. He's a friend of Mr. Tobin's, apartment 5. Comes to visit Mr. Tobin every now and then.
Is this Mr. Tobin in now, ma'am? We'd like to talk to him.
No, I'm afraid not. He works nights, never comes home before 2 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a cab driver.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
There's a difference you can hear, there's a difference you can see, but the difference in Fatima is quality.
Yes, friends, when you compare long cigarettes, you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes, rolled into the finest paper money can buy.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Fatima's cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
10:45 p.m. In the presence of the manager, we made a search of the apartment registered in the name of Ralph Tobin, the man who was supposed to be a friend of the suspect, Morris Copley. We found nothing that would tie either of them up with the robberies and the killings. Before the manager returned to her apartment, we instructed her to say nothing about our being there in case Tobin or Copley returned. We called the office and told them we'd received an identification on Morris Copley. They checked them both through R&I. Neither had any criminal record. They got out an APB on Copley. We waited. Midnight came. Nothing happened. 1 a.m. 1:30. Still no sign of either man. 1:45.
Somebody's coming around back, Joe.
Yeah. Kitchen door.
Maury, you back already?
Hold it right there, mister. Police officers.
Oh, Fanning.
Who are you? Is this a stick-up?
Police officers.
It's clean, Joe.
Well, what's it all about? What do you want?
You Ralph Tobin?
That's right. This is my apartment.
You know a Morris Copley?
Copley? Yeah, I know him. You're looking for him? He's not here.
Know that. Where is he?
Wish I knew. I'm looking for him, too. He owes me money.
Copley's a pretty steady visitor here, is that right?
He was till I lent him that $65. I haven't seen him since. He took off.
When was that?
When? About 2 weeks ago. Yeah, just about. Look, you mind if I sit down? I'm a little nervous.
Go ahead.
Kind of upsets you know. Why are you looking for Maury?
I'd like to have you repeat what you said when you came in that door.
What I said? Asked who you were, didn't I?
No, I mean before that.
I don't think I know what you're getting at, officer.
You said, Maury, you back already? Not what you said?
Yeah, I guess I did. I guess I thought Maury came back to pay me the $65 he borrowed.
You didn't make it sound like that, Tobin. I got the idea you were expecting.
Expecting him? I haven't seen Maury in 2 weeks, maybe 3. He took me for $65.
All right, that's enough small talk, mister. Now, Copley's in deep. You're going to match him if we don't get a straight story.
Some cans of beer in the refrigerator. Let's have one around,
Skip the beer. Where's Copley?
I'll swear in the Bible if you want me to. I don't know. Look, if Maury pulled anything heavy, I'm not in on it.
Ben, you want to check with the manager? Ask her when's the last time she saw Copley here.
Yeah, right.
Now, wait a minute, officer. I want to cooperate. If Maury's in deep, that's his fault, not mine. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. Now, where is he?
I don't know. That's the truth. I'll tell you something else. I wasn't squaring. I saw Maury early tonight, 6 o'clock. Came here and borrowed another $5 from me.
But you don't know where he is now?
No. Said sure like a can of beer if you don't mind.
Sit still. I'll get it for you.
You sure you won't have one?
No, not me.
No, thanks. I don't want him.
There you go.
Good cold beer. I like it when I get nervous. It always calms me down.
Say, Toby.
Yeah, sorry.
You haven't taken your hat off.
Oh, I was nervous. I guess I forgot. There.
Your hair always been dark blonde?
Since I was a kid, yeah. Why?
How about that scar on your chin? It's a pretty deep one.
Beer's sure good.
I asked you about the scar.
It's kind of embarrassing. I got a little high one night. Fell off a merry-go-round. Big night.
Now I've heard everything.
I had a robbery report a couple of nights ago, Tobin. Hold-up man was just about your height and weight.
Yeah?
Dark blonde hair. Had a scar on his chin, too.
I'm afraid you got a wrong slant, officer. I worked in a cab every night of the week. Wasn't me.
Mind if we have a look at your car outside?
How'd you know I had a car?
We didn't. Let's give it a look, shall we?
Why do you want to look at it?
You have anything to hide, Eddie?
Of course not. I'm not like Maury. He's always in trouble, always on the lam. You'll probably think it's funny when you check the glove compartment in my car.
Will we?
Yeah, you will.
Why's that?
Keep a gun in there. You know how many cab drivers get shot. A guy can't be too careful.
What kind of gun do you have, Tobin?
Revolver. Regular revolver.
What caliber?
.38. Why?
2:30 a.m. We searched his car, picked up his .38 caliber revolver, and then we drove Ralph Tobin back to the office where he was detained for questioning. We had a stakeout placed on his apartment. Russ Camp and ballistics checked Tobin's gun against the slugs which had taken the lives of Harry Solomon and Bert Matthews. It was found beyond the question of a doubt that his gun had been used in the Solomon killing. We confronted Tobin with the evidence. He started talking. He told us that Copley was responsible for the murder of both Solomon and Matthews, that Copley had borrowed his gun for the Solomon job. In all the robberies except one, he described himself only as the accomplice. He drove the getaway taxi cab. The only occasion he tried to handle the actual holdup was at the cafe where he became so nervous that he had dropped his gun. Before he was booked on suspicion of murder, Tobin told us that Morris Copley still had 2 .38 revolvers in his possession. He insisted he had no idea where Copley was. Ben handled the questioning while a stenographer took Tobin's statement. I contacted Inspector Bowers and informed him of our progress. 11 a.m. I got back to the squad room. All right, did you check back through that personnel record we got from the cab company?
Yeah, I got half an idea, I think.
Yeah?
See here on Copley's application for the job?
Well, sure, we checked out all those references. They don't go anywhere.
No, I mean this right here. Married, yes. Children, 1 daughter. Age 4 months.
Hmm.
Well, this application is dated May 6th. That means his baby was born in February.
Yeah, sure. Copley was working here then, so it's 10 to 1 the baby was born in a local hospital.
That's what I mean. If we find the right hospital or the doctor, they could lead us to him.
There's the phone book. Let's go. From noon until 4 p.m., we called every hospital, sanitarium, clinic, and rest home listed in the book. The answers were the same. No record of confinement for a Mrs. Morris Copley.
Well, seemed like a good idea. Who are you calling now?
Well, we've got one more, the county hospital. Well, this is Sergeant Friday, Police Department, Robbery Detail. I'd like to find out if you have any record of confinement for Mrs. Morris Copley. No, that's Copley. C as in Charlie. Yes, thank you.
Might send his wife out of town to have a baby.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. 1118. Thank you. 1118 Rochester, Copley's aunt.
Let's go.
4:30 p.m. Together with Olson and Thaxter from Homicide Detail, we drove out to 1118 Rochester Avenue in the Crenshaw district. The house was vacant. From a neighbor, we learned that Copley's aunt had moved 2 weeks before. We got her address from one of her friends in the neighborhood and finally located her at work in a beauty shop on Melrose Avenue. We posed as traffic investigators. The aunt told us she thought we could find her nephew Morris at home, an address on East 13th Street. 6 p.m. We located the house and parked the cars a half a block away. As we approached the house on foot, we saw a light burning in one of the windows on the left side of the house. Thaxter and Olson covered the back. At a given signal, they entered the back door. Ben and I went through the front.
It's empty.
Yeah. Thaxter!
Nothing back here, Joe. Empty.
That's great.
Looks like somebody passed him a tip-off just in time. Look at them mess this place is in.
I got out in a hurry, all right.
Hey, what's going on here? What do you men think you're doing?
Police officers, your name?
Silvera, one of the neighbors. You looking for the Copleys?
When they leave?
20 minutes ago, I guess, in an awful hurry. What's the trouble?
You know where they were going?
Well, no, but you might try Mr. Copley's aunt. She lives over in Rochester.
They're not there.
Well, have you tried his sister's house?
6:45 p.m. The neighbor, Silvera, directed us to the home of Morris Copley's sister, a small frame cottage on the edge of Beverly Hills. The lights were on in the living room, but the shades were drawn. Thaxter and Olson made their way quietly around to the back. Ben and I went up the front steps and rang a bell.
Yes? What do you want?
You Miss Copley?
Yes? What is it?
Police officers, ma'am. Sorry.
Oh, he isn't here. Maury isn't here.
We know he's here.
Living room's empty. Must be in the back, Joe.
You can't. He's in the bedroom with the baby. He's got a gun. You can't go in there.
Where's the bedroom?
It's the end of the hall at that door. He was sleeping. I think he's awake now.
The baby close to him?
In the same bed. She's propped up on pillows right next to him. He's got that gun with him. Don't go in, please.
Where's the bed situated in the room?
It's right inside the door of the... Please don't go in. He won't care what happens to the baby.
Ben, I'll open the door. You hit the light switch and cover me. Watch the baby.
You better stay here, Miss Copley. Your baby won't get hurt.
Let's go. All right, let's go in.
All right, drop it, you.
Grab the gun, Ben.
All right, come on. I got it, Joe. All right, Copley, get him up. Come on up. Joe?
Yeah, I got it.
Just a little frightened, ma'am. She's all right.
I'll kill you, Mary. You tell him where to find us, didn't you? I'll kill you for that.
Maury, I swear I didn't. I swear.
Lousy dame. Nobody else knows she's the one who told you, didn't she?
No.
Then who did? Who told you?
You're looking at her.
What do you mean?
Your baby.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 16th, trial was held in Superior Court, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. The working detective knows that there is one mark of identification that never changes, a man's fingerprints. The suspect may change his appearance in many ways, but his fingerprints always remain the same, a mark of identity that cannot be changed. When you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes, the difference is quality. A mark of identity which never changes. And Fatima is extra mild. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, smoke Fatima. They cost the same, but in Fatima the difference is quality. Smoke Fatima.
Morris John Copley and Ralph Edward Tobin were tried and convicted of murder in the first degree, 2 counts. They were both sentenced to be executed in the lethal gas chamber of the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles. Coming up, We the People. Tomorrow, enjoy The Life of Riley on NBC.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Well, hello.
Who is...
How is my favorite shipboard acquaintance this evening?
Oh, Simon, you startled me. I could hardly see you through the fog here on deck.
Oh, yes, it is getting thicker, isn't it? But I suppose it's to be expected. Last night, nature went on a binge of moonshine, and this is her foggy morning after.
Only it's evening.
How can you tell through the fog? But you know, you have a very pretty laugh, Barbara. I'll listen for it in all of your pictures from now on.
Thank you, Simon. But I'm not going to make any more pictures. I'm retiring.
Retiring? At the peak of your career?
I'm just tired of pictures, that's all.
Barbara, you'll never be able to run away from it.
What do you mean?
I'm referring to whatever it is that frightens you. Why don't you tell me about it, Barbara?
There's nothing to tell. I'm tired. I need a rest. Please, Simon, don't make me talk about it. There's some things that... Simon, is that someone standing there?
No, I don't see anyone. Oh, you are nervous.
Oh, Simon, if only I could confide in someone, if I could tell you what I...
Perhaps I already know more than you think I do. You're cold.
Yes.
Where's your raft?
It's over there someplace on one of those deck chairs.
I'll find it. I don't see it here, Barbara. Are you sure you... Barbara! Behind you! Look out! Barbara! Barbara! Man overboard! Man overboard!
Maybe you'd like a swim too, Saint.
What? Oh.
Templar? Mr. Templar.
Hello. I suppose the usual question is, where am I?
Sometimes they awaken from your type of custom-made coma asking, who am I?
Evidently, I wasn't hit quite that hard. I even remember who you are, Dr. Norman. It is Dr. Norman, the celebrated psychiatrist, isn't it?
Yeah, that is very good, Templar, but I'm afraid I must still confine you here to the ship's infirmary for a while.
Huh?
Possible concussion.
See, tell me, what makes a famous neurologist like you pose as a mere ship's doctor?
I'm really not posing. Partridge, the ship's physician, is ill. I was within earshot when I heard the familiar call, is there a doctor in the house? And, no, Simon, don't try to get up. I have a flask here. If a drink will make you happy.
Oh, not right now, thank you. I recall I have some unfinished business to attend to.
Barbara?
Yes. Was she?
They couldn't find her in the fog. She's gone.
Poor Barbara.
Yes, it was a horrible accident.
Horrible, yes. Accident, no.
You mean to say she didn't fall overboard?
She was murdered.
Murdered? But who?
I think I know who. Ooh, my head. It feels like the Aberdeen Proving Ground.
Yes, I will mix you a sedative. You know, you're not looking very well.
I always look like this when I'm angry. There's only one cure.
Yes, I know. The lady with the scales known as Madame Justice. You know, Templar, I've been curious about what makes a man like you tick.
Oh? Well, I'll tell you. Every 8 days or so, someone winds me up. Right now, I'm wound up tight. Tight with fury.
Well, as a psychiatrist, I would advise you to unwind a bit. Here we are. Now, drink this. It will put you to sleep after a while.
Thank you.
You say you think you know who killed Barbara, Simon.
I was wrong. I do know.
Well, I think you ought to talk to me. Unwind yourself.
You think I need psychiatry, Doctor?
Well, I think you're too taut at the moment. That plus your concussion, it might be dangerous.
Very well, Doctor. I'll unwind. I'll tell you the entire story.
If you don't mind, Simon, here, this will help the rhythm. Huh? The metronome. Psychiatrists often use it. But, rather...
No, I don't mind. I'd never met Barbara Brooks, although I doubt if there's a human being alive who hasn't heard of her or seen her in the movies. I first saw her the day we boarded ship. There was something in her expression, in the way she walked and talked and smiled, that immediately told me here was someone I should know. Her entire demeanor was an attitude of invitation.
A romance.
Fear, Doctor. She was a frightened lady. She wanted someone near her. I walked over to her there on deck and immediately made myself useful. Her steward evidently had become busy elsewhere, so I tipped my hat and said somewhat idiotically, get your program here, lady. You can't tell the staterooms without the numbers.
I beg your pardon.
Your steward seems to have deserted you. Oh. I've sailed this scow before, so if it's the direction to your stateroom you're looking for...
Well, I would like to know.
I would, too. Number, please.
A36, main deck.
Thank you very, very much. It's this way. My name's Templar. Simon, for short. And, of course, you're Barbara Brooks. You know, we passed the bar en route to A36, main deck. Does an old-fashioned with a new acquaintance sound inviting?
It will a little later after... He's here on the ship.
Ooh, there's several... Oh, I see.
He's gone now, in the corner.
I think I saw the man you meant. A certain off-center gentleman named Rader.
Rader? I don't know that name.
No, surely you've heard of Phil Rader. He's just as big a star in his line of work as you are in yours.
What is his line of work?
Well, he's an exterminator of human beings.
Mr. Templar, I'm afraid.
Well, that was obvious from the moment I first saw you. Why don't you tell me about it?
No, I can't. No, I'd be killed.
As good a reason as any for not telling me, but I must warn you I've a peculiar talent for finding things out for myself.
Oh, no, you mustn't do anything. Please, please.
Hello, Rader.
Well, Miss Saint.
Mm-hmm.
World's getting smaller.
Yes, but I understand you're doing your share to see that it doesn't get overcrowded. Traveling for your health again, or just traveling?
Just traveling.
Rader, why does the mere glimpse of you rounding a corner start a lady's teeth to chattering?
Lady? I don't know any ladies.
Obviously.
Maybe she thought I was someone else.
Maybe. And if you're of a mind to annoy her, you'll wish you were.
Look, Saint, just soak up sunshine on this cruise. Don't go poking in any dark places. Might be bad for you.
Oh, what sort of bad, Rader?
Look, Big Shot, just so there's no misunderstanding. You butt in where you ain't welcome on this cruise and...
Yes?
And I'll kill you.
How is your head, Simon?
And it feels as if a regimental crap game was going on inside of it with jet-propelled dice.
You haven't drunk your sedative yet. Here.
Oh, thank you. Shall I go on taking the load off of my concussion?
Yes, by all means. I think I was present at the next sequence.
Yes, Doctor, you were. It was the night of that ridiculous costume ball ship's captains are so fond of arranging.
Yes. remember. We were at the bar together. You were a pirate, I recall.
Yes, and you were a clown. The ball was loaded with clowns, some of them not even aware of their clownishness. But it was gay and sprightly, and the music was good. I remember our conversation, Doctor. You suddenly appeared at my elbow and said in the most shivery, sinister manner...
You know, Templar, I have a confession to make to you.
Well, I'm always interested in confessions, Doctor.
I've had a schoolboy crush on the beautiful Barbara ever since I saw her in pictures first. Tell me, what does one do about it?
Well, I know exactly what I would do if I were you, Doctor.
Yes?
I'd consult the nearest psychiatrist.
At the prices we charge? No, thanks. I was hoping you'd cut a fellow in on your acquaintanceship, Templar. But if you won't introduce me, won't you at least show me which mask she's hiding under? I think I might be able to make my own introduction.
Oh, very well, Doctor. Look for a sylph-like figure in a blue and yellow harlequin costume.
Thank you, Templar, thank you. And if you should ever need a good psychiatrist...
At the prices you charge?
I will be seeing you.
Don't turn around, Mr. Templar. I have a pistol in the small of your back.
Well, now, really, is that any way to enjoy a walk?
Listen, Saint, and listen hard.
Oh, I'm all ears, except for the small of my back, which feels abnormally large at the moment.
Certain arrangements have been made, Saint. It means a big head of lettuce if they go through.
So?
All the signs say keep out. See that you do. Now, don't turn around. This costume's so pretty, I'd hate to have to put a hole through my pocket.
Well, it's probably just a coincidence, but I've acquired the same regard for the small of my back.
Keep regarding it that way, Saint. Don't let your nose wander where it doesn't belong. And you might begin by forgetting you saw certain people aboard this boat.
See, just tell me how you're going to swing it, Mrs. Miller. Oh, don't be surprised. I'd recognize the notorious Lil Miller's voice on a party line. How are you going to take him, Lil? A palm date or perhaps a marked deck?
This rod has a hair trigger, Saint. Just a touch and you're...
Lil, what's the matter?
That girl there, the one in the holiday.
Lil!
You're lucky, Saint. I'd have shot.
Give her air. Don't crowd.
Crowd her all you want to. She won't mind now.
Is she?
Yes, a stiletto in the back leaves very little doubt. She's dead.
You know, Simon, I would never have pegged the late Mrs. Miller for a professional card sharp. She was anything but the type.
Professional card sharps are always anything but the type, Doctor.
Yeah. And to think I actually played bridge with her myself. With a crook and a hot-headed one at that.
Well, as my old grandmother used to say, Doctor, beware of lady thieves with red hair.
I guess the lady's red hair accounted for the lack of insulation in her temperament. Oh, how does your head feel, Simon?
Better, Doctor. Much better.
You still haven't touched your sedative, you know.
Oh, haven't I?
I think you'll find that it helps, Simon. Here.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, shortly after the murder of Mrs. Miller, Doctor, I called on her bereaved husband and partner in crime. A very interesting visit it was, too.
You have the knack for making all of your visits interesting, Simon. Tell me about it.
Well, I found Miller in the bar, quenching his sorrow with the merry waters of the River of Forgetful.
50 grand in the palm of our hands and beep. No more Lil. No more Lil, no more sucker. No more sucker, beep. No more 50 grand.
I see you valued your wife highly. Who was the sucker, Miller?
Ha ha. You're funny.
Tell me, what's Phil Rader cruising for, Miller? And don't tell me it's a coincidence he's on board the same ship.
You get funnier and funnier.
Why is Barbara Brooks so afraid of Rader?
You ain't even warm, Saint. You're a mile wide of the target.
Well, I'd better use a different kind of ammunition then, Miller.
Yeah? Like what?
Like a little murder performed on an unwilling sucker in Reno.
Huh? What do you know about that?
You won't like going back to Reno, Miller. It gets hot in the summertime, especially in the penitentiary.
Raider was with Lil and me on this deal.
All right, Miller, put the zipper on.
Raider. I wasn't going to say anything, Phil. Honest, I was just...
Skip it, Miller. I always knew someday you'd show Canary Yellow. I thought you and I had a little understanding, Saint.
You've got a reputation for wrong thoughts, Raider.
Yeah, but right or wrong, I back my ideas up. To the hilt, Saint.
Keep that frog sticker under cover, Raider, or I might take it away from you. And the Dutch courage that rides with it, too.
I'll keep it hidden for now. You just be careful of the places where the lights don't shine, Saint. Come on, Miller. I want to talk with you.
Well, I'll be out in a little while, Phil. I want a drink.
You've drunk enough, Canary. Come on.
You'd better go, Miller. And if you can't talk your way out of it, my regards to the fishes.
And I recall it was shortly after Mr. Rader passed on his second warning that you and I met for the first time professionally.
Yes, Doctor, the very next night.
Well, I am very surprised at you. He had warned you to stay away from dark places.
Yes, Doctor, so he had. But I'm perverse by nature, and I like to poke around. I was strolling around the deck with Barbara, getting moonburned and trying desperately to get some more information.
So wonderful having you near, Simon. I feel safe.
Safe? I refuse to accept the compliment, particularly on a moonlit night at sea.
I'm referring to danger, Simon, not romance.
They're often the very same thing. I'd like to join the team, Barbara. Why don't you confide in me?
Because if I did, we'd both be dead by morning. I must go now. Good night, Simon.
Good night.
Don't turn around, Templar. I've got a...
I know. A gun pointed at the small of my back.
That's it. Now keep away from Barbara Brooks. Am I clear?
Clear enough. Anything else?
Yeah. Just so it sinks in, Saint. Take this along to remember me by.
Once again, you enter the picture, Dr. Norman. You found me there, lying on the deck, basking in moonlight.
And blood. Go on, Simon. Tell me the rest of it.
Well, after your neat job of vulcanizing me, thus saving me a trip to the ship's doctor and innumerable words of explanation, I hit upon a strategy, and my next visit found me calling in the lion's den. I tell you, you're being made a patsy, Raider. You're on the verge of being demoted back to second-class hoodlum.
I can take care of myself.
Well, I admit a minor sandbagging committed in your good name doesn't amount to much, Raider. But what if the same someone likes your name and decides to use it in other ways?
What do you mean?
I mean murder. You're a lead pipe cinch to pay for one of your own someday, Raider. But meanwhile, how would you feel getting hung for somebody else's shenanigans?
I'd be annoyed.
You sure would.
Look, I'm not rigged up with no murder, Saint. Lil meant 50 grand to us alive. That's what we figured the sucker was good for.
Well, that's a good enough reason for wanting Lil among the present instead of the late, Raider. Tell me, what was the angle? Blackmail?
Nah, nothing so crude, Saint. I sponsor the party, spot him, finger him, and oil him, and the Millers squeeze him through a deck of cards.
Huh?
The guy's a sucker for good-looking dames and card games, that's all.
That sounds very uncomplicated, easy picking.
The guy ain't had the coin long enough to be smart about it.
Who's the guy?
He makes water heaters.
The fat man with the diamonds from Passaic?
Yeah, that's the sucker.
I should have tumbled.
Looks like you did. I thought you were out for a bust-up. 50 G's a lot of money, Saint. I figured if I could scare you, it'd be insurance.
How about Barbara Brooks?
Deal me out. I'm not in on whatever the caper is there.
She saw you the day we sailed, and she got scared.
Well, maybe it's because I ain't exactly pretty.
Yeah.
But if you really want to know something, Saint, I'll tell you. I was propositioned on a stunt against that dame a few weeks before we sailed. I turned it down. A big dough, too.
A murder deal?
Yeah, big dough to bump her off. Not for me, though. Nah, she's too prominent. Too much heat on those jobs.
Who made the offer, Raider?
He wasn't exactly interested in leaving his calling card, Saint. Just a John Smith, as far as I'm concerned.
But he had a description, didn't he? Everybody has a description.
Well, sure. He was a medium-sized guy with... Hey, the lights. Who turned them off?
Get down! Raider, are you...
Brown tie. Blue shirt. Brown tie. Blue shirt.
Brown tie, blue shirt. Not a very harmonious color scheme, is it? Raider.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raider. At least your last earthly utterance was in the direction of good. Thank you.
Brown tie, blue shirt. What did he mean, Simon?
Well, it means that either the man for whom I search isn't a very fastidious dresser, Doctor, or else he's colorblind. Blue and brown just aren't worn together.
Well, no, they are.
I'll take that drink now, Doctor.
Oh, and the sedative I mixed for you. Your concussion.
Later, Doctor, later.
Very well. I can see that you're going to be a very difficult patient. I hope you don't mind drinking out of another medicine glass, huh?
No, right now I prefer it.
Say when?
A little more, Doctor. Well, that's fine. Has such a beautiful color, hasn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, hasn't it, though? Aren't you going to drink it, Simon?
In a moment, Doctor, when I finish my story.
Oh, yes, of course, the story. Barbara's murder was next.
Yes, Barbara was next. But immediately before our last meeting on deck in the fog, Doctor, I found out what she was afraid of.
You did? But how?
It was easy. The steward had some keys. I had some money. The steward has enough now for that chicken ranch he's always dreamed of.
You broke into Barbara's stateroom.
Yes.
Well, what did you find, Simon?
Lingerie, perfume, stockings, and some letters, Doctor. Peculiar letters.
Huh? Fan-made?
Yes. Yes, and all from the same fan. A fan she was once engaged to marry, Doctor. A fan who loved her very much and hated her in equal proportions. Who was so torn between love and hate, he had to kill her.
Ah, schizophrenic.
You should know.
What do you mean?
Well, you know the classifications. You're the doctor.
Oh. Drink your sedative, Simon.
A colorblind schizophrenic. I don't believe I've ever met one before, Dr. Norman. So colorblind, he mistook the green and orange harlequin costume worn by Lil Miller for the blue and yellow one worn by Barbara.
That is very interesting, Simon.
Poor Lil. If she'd come to the ball as anything but a harlequin, she'd have lived to take in $50,000.
Your sedative, Simon.
You know, you were wrong about Lil's hair, Doctor. It wasn't red. It was brown.
You said it was red.
I wanted to see if you'd agreed.
Your sedative.
Yes, of course. Hand it to me, would you, Doctor? It's there alongside the drink.
Yeah.
No, don't try to tell them apart by their aromas, Doctor. It's obvious that they're different colors. Or can't you tell?
You find it, Saint. I'd like very much for you to drink it.
My Doctor, what a pretty purple gun you're wearing. Or is it pink?
Drink up, Templar. You hardly feel it. It's just a dash of prussic acid.
Dr. Norman, when you give a sedative, you go overboard.
Drink it, Templar.
Well, you're the doctor. A toast to you, Dr. Norman. To your green shirt, blue tie, and gray handkerchief, none of which match. Here's how.
Oh, my eyes! You threw it in my eyes!
It was a question of your eyes or my stomach, Doctor.
My eyes, I'm blind!
You'll get over it, Doctor, which is more than can be said of me if one of those wild shots of yours should hit me. I know I shouldn't practice medicine without a license, Doctor, any more than you should. But here's a sedative from me to you. Pleasant nightmares, Dr. Norman.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a prejudice-filled America, no one would be secure in his job, his business, his church, or his home. Yet racial and religious antagonisms are exploited daily by quacks and adventurers whose followers make up the irresponsible lunatic fringe of American life. Refuse to listen to or spread rumors against any race or religion. Help to stamp out prejudice in our country. Let's judge our neighbors by the character of their lives alone, and not on the basis of their religion or origin. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Betty Lou Gerson, Gene Bates, Frank Gerstle, Bill Conrad, and Barney Phillips. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Harry M. Popkin's production of Champagne for Caesar, co-starring Ronald Colman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, where the community chest is at work, Red Feather Services like youth programs and clinics, hospitals, and the USO give direct help to 2 families out of 5 every year. And indirectly, everybody benefits. Because community chest services make America's cities and towns healthier, happier places to live. So give generously to your community chest. Pledge enough for all the community campaigns that are united under the Red Feather banner.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Log entry, the Ketch Scarlet Queen. Position, 123 degrees 8 minutes west, 37 degrees 31 minutes north. Gyro compass course 237. Wind, fresh. Sky, fair. Remarks, cleared port of San Francisco at 2:30 p.m. Sailing delayed 19 hours due to death of first officer. Cause of death, the Shanghai secret. I stood there on the pier that evening, the ache in my frame reminding me that the last long, hard day of loading stores was behind me, and watched a China-bound freighter feeling her way out into the fog-shrouded harbor. The Scarlet Queen nudged her fenders against the dock right below me, her bright work shining like costume jewelry even in the failing light. She was beautiful in her new white paint, and she was mine, all 78 feet of her. She rose and fell, just a little, delicately, lifting the carved wood figure under her bowsprit out of the shadows now and then. A fresh, young body, looking forward, bold, teasing, dressed in only a crown and painted brilliant red. The Scarlet Queen, the woman my own particular world revolved around. But that gray San Francisco evening wasn't cut out for romance between man and lacquered wood. I didn't hear him as he walked up behind me, but it didn't take me long to pick up the odor of a jail cell after he opened his mouth.
You Philip Carney?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Kessel, San Francisco homicide. You know a man named David R. Malone?
Yeah, he's my chief mate. What'd he do?
He died. Come on, you got a date at headquarters.
Wait a minute. It's a little sudden on a full stomach. What happened to him?
The books are going to call it murder by a person or persons unknown. Homicide wants to know you better.
And so Mutual begins The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry into the log, and every week a league further in the strange voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
Your last name first and middle initial.
Carney Philip M.
Age?
29.
Height?
6', 2.5.
Weight?
207.
Eyes blue, hair brown. Scars or other identifying marks?
Yeah, tattoo, a 3-strand Turk's head on my right bicep.
A what?
A 3-strand Turk's head at the knot, you know. Or does somebody else tie your shoelaces? Kessel, I'm getting awful sick of this.
Shut up and answer the question.
Address?
The Catch Scarlet Queen.
Street number?
Street number? How? Pier 48, berth 2, Embarcadero, not permanent.
That'll be enough for now, O'Brien. That might be a pretty permanent address at that, Connie.
Not with me paying the rent. I got my port clearance and I'm leaving tomorrow.
Maybe you are, Connie. How long had you known Malone?
Since, about 5 days.
Not about, Connie. How long?
5 days. I signed him on 5 days ago.
Uh-huh. When'd you see him last? Exactly.
Between 12:30 and 1 this afternoon, I saw his stern end going around the warehouse at Pier 48. He turned to the right, exactly.
He went to room 218, the Crown Hotel on Columbus Avenue, the North Beach section. Why?
Because he's human, I suppose. They build hotels for people to go into.
He didn't look human when we found him.
Look, Kessel, I don't know anything about it. I'm sorry Malone's dead. He was a nice guy. But that's all I can give you. If you want an alibi, I've got 4 seamen who loaded stores with me all day. That'll carry me to the time you tap me on the shoulder. What do you want, a halo?
That's all right, Just don't get sore, Connie. Here, you want a cigarette?
No, thanks. All I want is a cab back to the Embarcadero. On you.
Sure. We'll take care of it. Just a couple more questions.
Oh, stop. That Patience Act fits you about like a bare midriff evening gown. Take it off. Get comfortable.
Thanks, Connie. I will. What could Malone have learned on your Scarlet Queen that somebody'd go to a lot of trouble to get out of him?
What are you talking about, Kessel?
Malone was tortured. That's what I'm talking about. For a good long time. And then somebody slipped or lost their temper.
He didn't know anything.
He didn't know why $50,000 was deposited in your name last year?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Barrett, bring Funston in.
The name Funston rang just a faint bell for me, but I recognized the little guy they brought in all right. If there was anybody who knew about my banking business, he did. He worked there, in the assistant cashier's office. Down there, he was just another face looking at you through rimless glasses. Here, he looked like trouble.
Mr. Funston, is this the man you say received that $50,000 letter of credit?
I'm sorry, Mr. Carney, but the police, you know. Yes, sir, he's the man.
Remind me to bank someplace else next time.
That's all, Mr. Funston. Thank you.
I hope you understand, Mr. Carney. I had to answer the...
Cast off, Funston. I'll thank you later. You guys have got long noses, haven't you?
Yeah, when things smell as rotten as this. It was deposited in the San Francisco bank while you were in China with a Marine.
Where are you getting this, Kessel?
It was sent over as a letter of credit from a firm in Shanghai called Kang & Son. Most of it went to a local shipyard where your Scarlet Queen was built and to a flock of coast companies for your cargo. 50,000 mystery dollars, Connie. And a voyage to nowhere.
I won it in a crap game, and my articles say Honolulu.
Honolulu. With enough stores aboard for a 2-year cruise, who do you think you're kidding, Connie? Why don't you talk?
Why don't you get tired? You're pumping a lot of bilge flush. You're bluffing your heart out, and you know it.
All right, Connie, you can go.
But it's about time.
But you will be at Pier 48 when we want you.
What do you mean by that?
The Coast Guard's a cooperative outfit. Your port clearance has been revoked until this is cleaned up. I'll call you when I want you again.
I would have traded places with any engine room hand on any Great Lakes ore ship after I left Kessel. And I hate freshwater almost as much as I hate engine rooms. Kang had warned me when I signed with him in Shanghai. The opposition, he called them. An octopus with a body in an office building in Hong Kong, a brain called Constantino, and the tentacles groping across the world for the prize Kang was sending me after. A $10 million prize somewhere in the South Pacific. Its exact location was Kang's secret. And Constantino was ready to bribe, steal, or murder to get that secret. I didn't know who his San Francisco tentacle was, but I did know that it had killed Malone. I knew that he'd been tortured for something even I didn't know. The true destination of the Scarlet Queen. It was 7:30 by the time I got back to the Queen. I checked her mooring lines, went into my cabin, poured myself 2 quick, stiff drinks, and started to clean a .45 automatic I'd gotten out of the habit of wearing. If Constantino's machine had gone into operation, I figured it might be a healthy habit to get back into. I had it stripped and spread out on my desk. And that's when I met Gallagher. Big Red Gallagher.
Hello, Skipper.
Who the devil are you and how'd you get aboard?
I wanted to talk to you. I'm Red Gallagher.
Where's my gangway watch? He's got orders, nobody aboard.
He tried, Skipper. Don't blame him. But you know how it is. I wanted to talk to you.
He didn't have to explain. He held up a hand about the size of a fielder's glove and rubbed the knuckles as if they were bruised. He didn't have to say any more. He was about my size, wearing a shapeless, stained white duck officer's cap, faded dungarees, and a jumper with the sleeves rolled up. His face was heavy-featured, but not flat. His eyes gray and set off by crow's feet wrinkles and squinting into the sun. And they were laughing at me.
But no harm done, Skipper. He isn't hurt bad.
Maybe he wasn't big enough to put you over the side.
Now, wait a minute, Skipper. Take it easy. We'll just bust up a lot of furniture and lose a lot of skin that way. Don't be so jumpy.
All right, unload in a hurry and get out of here then. What do you want?
I hear you're looking for a new chief mate, and I want to sign on.
Where did you hear I was looking for a new chief mate?
I got a friend at the mall. He keeps me a beam of these things.
Uh-huh. Is the rest of the story for sale?
What story, Skipper? Is there something I should know?
I don't like your trim, Gallagher. Maybe it's because you think you can get a berth after knocking my crewmen around. Maybe it's because I think you're lying in your teeth. Either way, I wouldn't get into a dory with you.
Wait a minute, Skipper. I was made for this trip. I know that South Pacific.
How do you know where I'm going?
Maybe that scarlet beauty under your bowsprit whispered to me.
You're too nosy for me, Gallagher. Get your sea boots off the ship. I'm manned and loaded and ready to shove as soon as I get clearance.
When do you think that'll be, Skipper?
What do you mean by that?
There you go, getting jumpy again. That was a civil question. I just wanted to know how long, that's all.
It'll be as quick as I can make it.
Yeah. I guess I can't blame you for that, but maybe it'll be long enough for me to try again. You need me on this ship, Skipper.
I've lived a long time without you. Keep your eye on the newspaper shipping columns, Gallagher. That's as close as you'll come to my sailing. After he left, I reassembled the 45, checked my naval code on the disposition and effects of deceased seamen, and started to get Malone's gear together. In the pocket of one of his coats, I found a match folder from the Gorgonio, a bar advertising pre-war liquor and continuous entertainment. On the inside, somebody had written a name, Helen, and a number that straightened me up like a right to the chin. It was 218, the number of the murder room at the Crown Hotel. "20 minutes later, I was at the Gorgonio. It was a typical non-tourist North Beach bar. Good, healthy fishermen up from Fisherman's Wharf. 3 women at the bar, and one sitting at the electric organ up on a platform. None of them had Helen printed on their backs, but the only one whose name anyone would bother writing down was the girl making with the music. Honey-colored hair with a gardenia over the left ear. White shoulders pushing out of the whiter gown. A face full of confidence in the rest of it. And no wonder. After I finished my drink, I walked back toward her. Say, excuse me, but would your name be Helen?
Oh, that's a novel approach, isn't it?
Should I go back and try it over with Irene or Penelope?
What's the difference? It'd end the same way. Can I play something for you?
This one suits me. If I can talk to you through it.
Can't for the life of me see what we'd have to talk about.
Maybe some other time we can get around to that. But I ran into an old mate of mine yesterday. He mentioned this place, and you know I'd like to locate him. His name is Dave Malone. Do you know him?
Malone? Sure he said he knew me?
Yeah, I thought so, but maybe he was just hoping, huh?
Yeah. Afraid that must have been it, because I don't know any Dave Malone.
Yeah, well, it was one of those things. He mentioned your name, so I thought I'd give it a try, but I'll coast around. Maybe I'll come back on my own sometime.
I hope you do. I'll be here.
Wear that dress, will you? I had another drink at the bar and kept my eyes off her just enough to catch her looking at me with more than a professional look once or twice. She did go off guard right after I threw Malone's name at her. I was sure of it. I finished my drink and went out the door like I had someplace to go. But I stopped right after I got out of range of the windows, counted 5, and eased back so I could just look in. She was leaving the platform. And I, along with the good, healthy fisherman, watched her sway that white gown back to the phone booth. It wasn't taking her long to contact somebody about me contacting her. It was just chance so far, but they were Malone, Helen, and 218, the number of the murder room at the Crown Hotel. It could have been coincidence, but there isn't much room on the back of a match folder. The Crown Hotel was a narrow brownstone front building squeezed between two more narrow brownstone front buildings. I looked in at the musty lobby. It was empty. I tried the door once to see if it was going to ring a bell someplace. When nobody showed up, I went in. There was a dingy brown hunting scene hung on one wall, and a dingy brown smell of bad ventilation hanging over everything. There was an immodest calendar from a Reno gambling club wasting its time behind the desk, and a register book that had seen more lies than moonshots, and I flipped the pages back to the day before. Found room 218. It was registered to one John Smith. Then, just on impulse, I flipped back to the current date and found myself on top of the whole mess. Sprawled in an awkward hand against room 218 was the single name, Gallagher. Room 218 and the name Gallagher. All I needed to keep me going up those stairs. All I had to remember to enjoy bringing that .45 out of my shoulder holster was the picture of that wide grin and those gray eyes. I'd have gone through that door even if it hadn't have been unlocked.
Well, Skipper, come on in.
I'm in, brother.
What's all the hardware for, Skipper? Why are you always aching for a beef when you and I run into one another?
Let's stow that warm friendship, shall we? Let you do a little talking that you mean for a while.
I never say anything I don't mean, Skipper. You'll learn that when you know me better.
That's what I'm here for, Gallagher, so start saying something you mean.
Sure. Why do you think I took this room if I wasn't sure you'd be bulling around this neighborhood tonight?
What interests me most is that you did.
I knew you'd like it, Skipper. I know you got to have Malone's murderer before you can clear San Francisco, and I can give him to you. They call him Mr. Fox. He's working for Constantino. If you didn't know that before, you know it now.
Who's Constantino?
You're being cagey, Skipper, and that's all right. You don't know what to say because you don't know how much I know. I don't know how much you know, so we're even, right?
You're talking.
The Fox didn't learn what he wanted to learn from Malone. He tried too hard. So he paid me $2,000 to sign on with you. I was supposed to find out what part of the Southern Oceans you were making for, and the payoff was going to be $1,000 a month. But just keeping the finger on you and waiting to be contacted. It was an easy deal.
Somebody in your family must have been born with shark fins not too far back.
There was supposed to be a great uncle under the Jolly Roger, Skipper, but no fins yet. But I got reasons. I'm telling you this because if they'd pay off like that for just a line on you, I figure the real dough is going to be made on your side. You got a hold of something big. I still want to ship with you, but for you.
Well, I'm telling you, Gallagher, for the price of the Queen, I can't tell you who's crazy in this room.
Nobody is, Skipper. You're going to be ahead, too. Believe me, you are. I can help you clear up the mess here in Frisco. I'll put you next to the Fox and his mermaid.
Oh? Her name Helen?
How'd you get that?
She isn't hard to find.
Well, that's right, Helen Curran. She led Malone to this room with a smile and a promise.
Yeah. Either one would look good from her. I know I was there.
She seen you? Did you tell her who you were?
Are you nuts?
Then it'll work. Listen, but tonight you're the chief mate of the Scarlet Queen. You beat me out of the berth. If you'll go for that story, I'll get you Malone's killers.
Or put me on a morgue slab for another $2,000. I trust you like I trust a compass at the North Pole.
It'll take you a month to get him without me, Skipper.
With you under homicide's 3rd degree?
Even then. Now, here's my deal, and we both make headway. I get the mate's berth, and you get your port clearance. But we got to have a bait. That's you. And we got to have somebody who can put it in the right place. That's me. You got the 45. Take a gamble, Skipper. I'll show you how it works.
It was about 11:15 when I pulled my left ear for luck the last time, followed them down to the lobby, took my last look at that Reno calendar. Gallagher looked like he was enjoying putting me on the block, and the only reason I could dream up for playing sucker was the idea that as long as I kept the line on him, I was at least secure to something. He squeezed me into the phone booth with him when he put the bait on the hook. He held the receiver so I could get my ear into it, too, and called Helen Curran at the Gorgonio.
Hello, baby. This is Red.
Oh, it's about time. I thought you were coming in.
And something came up. Did you get the gardenia?
Sure. Sure, I'm wearing it right now. When can I show you how much I like it?
Don't talk like that when I'm so far away. Listen, things got foul tonight, but I think they'll work out anyway.
What happened, Red?
I missed that mate's berth by about 15 minutes. A guy by the name of Pritchard beat me to it.
Oh, Red, the fox isn't going to like this.
I think he will. Did a guy come in there tonight looking for Dave Malone?
Yeah. Why, Red?
That was Pritchard. And he's got the information we want.
That sounds funny, Red. How'd you get all this?
He stuck his head in a bar where I was, and I recognized him. He knows where they're headed. I could have maybe pumped him for it, but I thought it'd be better if you and the Fox were in on it, too.
Yeah. Where is he?
On his way back to the Gorgonio to see you. He's big. So I better tag along for the party, don't you think? Maybe in your apartment later, if you can get him there. And I think you can.
All right, Red. Give me a half hour to get through to the Fox and call me back. I'll let you know where he'll pick you up, okay?
Yeah, but, baby, take it easy till I get there. I don't want that gardenia crushed on anybody's shoulder but mine.
Helen Curran knew her business. She didn't go overboard selling herself, but like nature taking its course, she in the white gown and I got into a cab after closing time. Her apartment was in the Buell Arms on Russian Hill. It was a little overdone in modernizing a setup that was dull mid-Victorian a few years back. Light walls with Venetian blinds, some flamingos and parakeets flying through verdant jungles, and framed before they started. And a bedroom to the right that she went into saying something about something comfy. When she came back, I saw clearly that she went for off-the-shoulder hostess gowns, too.
There now. I feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter with me, anyway?
Is there something?
I always seem to stir the wrong approach in you. Or are you just shy?
With you don't need an approach. You just move naturally.
You aren't shy at all, are you? You're just overconfident. You've been spoiled by women.
Never hurt me. But then it's not very often as appealing as your brand.
Do you think I'll spoil you?
But I wonder if you'd hurt me.
Not even if I could, and I... Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I couldn't hurt you if I wanted to, could I?
I don't know, but from where I sit, who cares? Like I said, she knew her business. And I had to keep remembering that it wasn't all crushed gardenias tonight. We finally did get around to a drink out of a rattan-covered bottle, and I could tell by the heavy-lidded look she gave me over her glass that I was supposed to be a complete victim and as meek as a kitten with a full belly. She knew her business. But knowing that she knew her business, I went along with the kitten act. But I was as ready as a tiger when Gallagher opened the door. But I wasn't ready for the man he brought with him. It was Funston. L.B. Funston, still looking through the rimless glasses, but now his eyes were steely hard, and it only took one deep breath to realize that he was the Fox. He had a small caliber gun out of an inside pocket faster than I could get my breath.
Wait a minute, Gallagher. This man's name is not Pritchard.
Fox. What do you mean?
I know it. Something went wrong. This guy's Phil Connie, the master of the Scarlet Queen.
I was sitting on the couch, and after a sellout like that, there was no use standing up. Helen left me like I'd broken out with the purple pox, and Gallagher still stood behind Funston looking at me with that grin.
Red, he's the one who was in to see me earlier.
Never mind, Helen.
He isn't the guy I talked to.
Never mind, I said. You are an impulsive man, Carney.
I'm a little surprised at you, too, Funston.
What are you doing here?
I like a game of bridge as well as the next guy.
You play a stupid game. You should remember that your Red Queen is not the top of the suit.
She'll do.
She'll never win a trick. You'll never use her. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But you're bluffing, Funston.
Oh?
Either that or you're double-crossing Constantino and talking for yourself. Fighting to stay clear of Malone's murder.
I want more than talk.
You're still bluffing. You don't want to hurt me, because with me out of the way, Constantino's octopus would have nothing to follow. Wise up. You don't scare me. I'm too valuable.
All right. I'll pay you $25,000 for the destination of your Scarlet Queen.
I can't hear you.
There are other methods, Carney.
Now you're bluffing again. You'd never get it that way either. And what did Constantino say if you laid me next to Malone?
That's something I'll have to find out. At the moment, that looks better than arrest for murder. Stand up, Carney.
You're really on a spot, Funston. You're even getting the double cross from your own people in this room.
Now, who's bluffing, Carney?
I mean, you're getting it from Gallagher. He knew who I was tonight.
Gallagher!
Skipper, why do you have to rush me? I'm all right, Skipper. I'll take him. Watch the memory. I raced her across the room to a table. She had a drawer open and a nickel-plated revolver, half out of it by the time I grabbed her. Drop it, sister. Drop it.
Let go of me.
I said drop it. Calm down, sister. Get over there and calm down. I grabbed her by the arm and tossed her across the room and had that 45 out before she landed. I twisted to look at Funston. Gallagher had hit him hard enough to keep him from opening until Christmas. He was tangled up with a throw rug and not thinking about a thing.
Oh, well, Skipper, there's your port clearance and my chief mate's berth spread all over the room.
Yeah. Now what the devil was the idea you leaving me to shake hands with that gun of Funston's for so long?
I had to do it, Skipper, to keep him off guard. He knew our story was fishy before I got him up here.
He knew?
Yeah. He knew you hadn't signed on to chief mate.
He had good spies. Where'd he find that out?
He got it by being the honest banker.
Huh?
Eager to play along with the police. He kept in touch with your friend at Homicide, Kessel.
Yeah. I knew that Kessel was a good man.
But we're a great team, Skipper. We're standing up and they're laying down.
But Constantino isn't with them. We'll hear from him again. Keep an eye on him, will you? I got a proud call to make to Homicide. By 2 the next afternoon, we cast off from Pier 48 and were headed out. We went through the Golden Gate under power, sitting on the wheelbox with a bottle between us. We followed the channel buoys out to the Farallones, picking up that good deep water roll. And the driving westerlies started to sing through the rigging. I felt like a man getting his back out of a cast and walking again. The crew perked up, too, and they fell to with a will when Gallagher started bawling orders. The men liked him, too. Even the one he'd slugged had a pull from the bottle and shook hands with him. They took their stations at the mainsail. The men at the halyards hoisted away smartly, and the head of the mainsail climbed up the mast. And the white expanse of it bellied out and pulled the deck beneath me, hove over to port. And I could feel the power at the wheel. The gypsum boomed out, then the mizzen. The Scarlet Queen was glad to be free, too. She took the bone in her teeth and charged every swell as though she were carrying on a one-woman war with the whole Pacific.
Is the rig heavy enough for you, Skipper? We're showing 8 knots on the taffrail loft.
Good enough. We'll hold her full and by till nightfall, and then let her off some.
You got a fine lady here, Skipper.
Behaving like a queen. She'll get us to Kaiwi Channel in less than 14 days.
That means the Royal Hawaiian Bar in less than 14 nights. What's the run from there?
That'll depend on the wind and other circumstances. Japan, the coast of China, then south across the line to the shallow sea.
How long are we going to be down there?
We may never get there, so who cares how long it'll be?
Not me. I'm not married.
You are now, mate. With the Scarlet Queen, the bigamist.
Oh, better let me take the wheel, then. We got to have a honeymoon sometime.
Sure, take over. Course is 237 on the gyro compass. Got her?
Yeah. Say, she's got spirit. What a wife she's going to make. What a honeymoon. Want a drink, Skipper?
After you, mate. Your wedding day. And you make a handsome couple. Believe me, you do. Log entry. Catch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled 31. Wind brisk. Sky fair. Sea cresting with high cross swell. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.
Everybody, it's time to sound off for Chesterfield.
Sound